Good afternoon / evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you live coverage of, I don't even think I need my headphones on at the moment. Had them on before, we'll see. Of President Trump is traveling to Pennsylvania to give a speech on the economy today. So we're going to cover it live for you. I mean, I'm assuming I'll have footage of it. I can't imagine that President Trump, by the way, I have my eye on it. He is just arriving at Joint Base Andrews to leave for Pennsylvania. So we're going to have live coverage for you of this speech he's going to be making about the economy in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. And we'll be taking your comments on the air about the speech. We're going to talk about some other news stories before then as well. Hold on a moment here, getting all set up here. And I appreciate you being here, but I can tell you that President Trump is just right now landing in the helicopter at Joint Base Andrews, where he's going to fly to Mount Pocono. I wonder how long it'll take him to fly to Mount Pocono. We should look this up on a map. I wonder if it'll be trackable on flight radar. We'll look it up on Google Maps and we'll see if we can figure out how long it'll take him to get there. Maybe it'll start late. It's supposed to start. I have the clock up there. It's supposed to start at 6:10. Hang on here. All right. So, Joint Base Andrews. There's Joint Base Andrews. Oops. One moment here. Okay, and then directions to Mount, Pocono, Pennsylvania. Well, that's driving directions, but just so he's not driving, he's flying. But it's 173 miles. It shouldn't be that long a flight if it's 173 miles, right? 173 miles as the crow flies. So, shouldn't be that long. He's not speaking about the economy he's not speaking about the Pennsylvania economy. He's giving a speech on the economy, and he's giving that speech in Pennsylvania, just to be clear. He's not just speaking about the Pennsylvania economy. Mo Hunt Silver says it's only Mount Pocono is only 20 miles north of me. Mike thinks it'll be a 90-minute flight. It shouldn't be. I mean, airplanes a jet plane goes much faster than 173 miles an hour. One of our viewers, Crying in the Dark, says it's super crowded. The lines were massive when we drove by. Jay Lewiston thinks the economy is fantastic. So we're going to be covering this for you, and we'll see what he has to say. I've been seeing stories that he's going to be doing a bunch of these appearances around the country. So we're going to talk about that, and we're going to talk about a bunch of other things beforehand, and we're going to take your comments on the air. So welcome to the broadcast. I'm also keeping an eye on when his plane takes off. I think he might have just gotten on the plane, or if he didn't, he's close to getting on the plane. Actually, I don't think he's gotten on yet. I keep peeking at it. All right. Hey, thanks for being here. And I can show you right here, by the way. Look at this. Trump to tout economic gains in Pennsylvania amid voter cost concerns. Yes, we will be covering the interest rate, the Fed interest rate announcement. We are going to cover that tomorrow. I thought it was going to be today, yesterday, but I had the day wrong. It's tomorrow. So we will be covering that. Hey, thanks to our moderators. By the way, our viewer Repsag says it's a very small airport, 50 miles from where I live. Thanks to our moderators. Ruth is moderating. And I appreciate that. Roberts May Queen is moderating. Thank you. I don't have, President Trump is about to get on the plane. I don't have the rights to the footage of him at the airport, but he is at Joint Base Andrews, and I think he's about to get on the plane. It's kind of dark in the footage I'm watching. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderating for us on X. Thank you. DeBayers, Good Luck Duck, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev on Twitch are moderating. Thank you. And hold on a moment here. Hold on a moment here. We have Margaret Riley is moderating. Thanks, Margaret. Jessica Bruno thinks he's flying into Wilkes-Barre. Is that where he's flying into? I don't even know. I'm hoping we can track the flight, just out of interest. There's Mount Pocono. Where's the nearest airport? I don't even know. Wilkes-Barre is right here. Is there an airport there at Wilkes-Barre? I don't even know. I'm not familiar with the airports in this part of the world. I'm looking around. Wilkes-Barre Scranton International Airport. There it is right there. Okay. So maybe he'll fly there. Maybe that's where he's... Mount Pocono is about 10 miles away from there. We'll see. But he is boarding the plane now, but it shouldn't be that long of a flight. Yeah, people keep mentioning this shooting from Kentucky State University. I've posted it on my X account. I would highly recommend, if you don't follow my X account already, follow my X account, because I post about breaking news there all the time. Before I came on the air, I posted a couple of things about the shooting. AP is saying that there's 1 dead, 1 critically hurt, and a suspect in custody in a shooting at Kentucky State University. So my X account is at Lookner. I would suggest following me over there as another way to find out about breaking news. Sorry to hear about the shooting, of course. Shooting at Kentucky State University leaves 1 dead, 1 hurt, and a suspect in custody, officials say. That's from AP. I don't have more details myself right now. If I see more, I'll let you know. Hang on. Okay, let's talk about this speech coming up. We're going to talk about the speech coming up. I have live video of Venezuelan President Maduro speaking in Spanish. I'll show you a couple seconds of this. I don't think we're going to really stick with this because it's all in Spanish. But here is President Maduro speaking live in Venezuela right now.
el presidente del Consejo
You'll see it in a second.
y la soberanía. Así que se unen como dos buenos ríos en un solo torrente, el Consejo Nacional de la Economía y el Consejo Nacional de la Soberanía y la Paz, para que los venezolanos y las venezolanas sigamos encontrándonos, buscando puntos de consenso y sobre todo llevando adelante grandes acciones para que nuestro país goce, como está gozando, de un clima de paz, de entendimiento, de crecimiento, de prosperidad. La Venezuela del entendimiento y del consenso. Caminos.
I heard him talking about peace and prosperity. He actually does a lot of TV appearances. This is a Reuters feed right here, but he's on TV a lot. I don't really show him during our broadcast because he's speaking Spanish. This is I guess, a speech at the National Economic Council. Looks like. National Council for for Productive Economy. Dinner with Wally says he has his own TV show, I think. I think he might, I don't know exactly, but I feel like he does these regular appearances. I don't know if it's one show or more than one show. But anyways, it's not some kind of urgent speech he's giving. This looks like some sort of regular appearance. Okay, hold on a moment here. We're going to get into this. We're going to talk about President Trump and this upcoming speech. His plane right now is just about to take off from Joint Base Andrews because I can see it on a different feed. I wonder if we can see it on Flight Radar 24. Do we know if we can see his plane on Flight Radar 24? That's obviously not his plane. Here. Sometimes it's trackable, you know. I have to look up exactly where we're looking at here. Okay, there it is. There's Joint Base Andrews. That wouldn't be it. I don't see it. I don't see it there. But maybe it'll be trackable. Also, there's what are people following? Oh, that's just there were some U.S. planes near Venezuela earlier today. By the way, yes. Sorry. President Trump's plane is taking off now. It's not in Venezuela. Well, I'll check and see. I will check and see if later we can track his plane. The only other question, maybe, is it potentially on ADSB Exchange? Let's see here. Let's check ADSB Exchange, another good flight tracker. Where did I put my ADSB Exchange link? I can't find my link. Oh, there it is. Thanks Samuel DeMarco, who thinks it is on ADSB Exchange. Well, where am I looking here? I don't remember where I'm looking. All right, so it's a bit southeast of Washington, D.C. Well, that's not. I don't see it. I don't see it anywhere. Anyways, once it gets going, let me know if you see it. And we can look at it, but I'm not seeing it here. All right, we'll keep an eye on it. The speech isn't supposed to start for another 53 minutes. Maybe it'll be on time. Okay, so we're here bringing you live coverage. We're going to talk about some different stories, and let's talk about this speech coming up. Trump says he's fixing affordability problems. He'll test out that message at a rally. I guess it's a rally too, right? In Mount Pocono? Maybe it says it on his website. Is it on the Trump website? I'm looking. Events? No events. It's not on the Trump Vance website. So, and he's going there though. You can see. Trump says he's fixing affordability problems. He will test out that message at a rally. President Trump will road test his claims that he's tackling Americans' affordability woes at a Tuesday rally in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, shifting an argument made in the Oval Office and Oval Office appearances and social media posts to a campaign-style event. Bluesy Girl says, just watch and see. The trip comes as polling consistently shows that public trust in Trump's economic leadership has faltered, says AP. Following dismal results for Republicans in last month's off-cycle elections, the White House has sought to convince voters that the economy will emerge stronger next year and that any anxieties over inflation have nothing to do with Trump. The president has consistently blamed his predecessor, Joe Biden, for inflation, even as his own aggressive implementation of policies has pushed up prices that had been settling down after spiking in 2022 to a 4-decade high. Inflation began to accelerate, says AP, after Trump announced his sweeping Liberation Day tariffs in April. Companies warned that the import taxes could be passed along to consumers in the form of higher prices and reduced hiring, yet Trump continues to insist inflation has faded. Trump said at the White House on Monday, "We're bringing prices way down. You can call it affordability or anything you want, but the Democrats caused the affordability problem, and we're the ones that are fixing it." The president's reception in the county hosting his Tuesday rally today could give a signal of just how much voters trust his claims. Monroe County flipped to Trump in the 2024 election after having backed Biden in 2020. Interesting. Helping the Republican win the swing state of Pennsylvania and return to the White House after a 4-year hiatus. As home to the Pocono Mountains, the county has largely relied on tourism for skiing, hunting, hiking, and other activities as a source of jobs. Its proximity to New York City, under 2 hours by car, has also attracted people seeking more affordable housing. But what seems undeniable, even to Trump supporters in Monroe County, is that inflation seems to be here to stay. We'll check out a little more of that article in a second. I want to take some of your comments here. Edgar Allan Pound said Trump had to give $12 billion to farmers because he wrecked the economy with his stupid tariffs. President Trump did announce a program for farmers. Was it yesterday? Hold on a second here. We can maybe check out some of that. Yeah, look. This was yesterday. Trump unveils $12 billion aid package for farmers hit by trade war. President Trump yesterday, says Reuters, unveiled a $12 billion aid package for American farmers, the latest government effort to shore up a key political constituency hurt by the financial fallout from his trade policies. Farm groups and Republican farm state lawmakers have sought the aid in part to support farmers with purchases of seeds, fertilizers, and other expenses for next year's growing season. The aid package aims to support a loyal voting bloc that has largely stood by Trump despite facing billions in lost sales from his trade war with China. I actually have a video I can play about this farm package here. We might take a look at that in a second. I think we will. Maybe he'll talk about that today too. His farm package. Farm aid package. What happened to the page? Here it is. Hang on, I want to take some more comments from you guys. Jackie Blue says food prices need to come down. Butts says socialism for the farmers again. Bogey Smoke thinks he has created a very challenging election for the GOP in 2026. Billy Joe says, where'd Billy Joe's comment go? I had it here. And now I can't find it. I can't find Billy Joe's comment anymore. Sorry, Billy Joe. I was going to read the comment, and I can't find it. So, but this is he's going to be supposedly doing a number of these appearances around the country to talk about the economy. Per Kayla says, I very much enjoyed my low-cost McDonald's meal today along with low gas prices when we filled up the car this morning. This picture is people waiting in line to hear President Trump speak at the Mount Airy Casino Resort. He's speaking at the Mount Airy Casino Resort in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. That's a picture of people in line. Deputy Dog thinks insurance, housing, and transportation are all way up, keeping us in constant stress. When was the last time you renewed a policy that did not increase? Same can be said about property taxes, said our viewer, Deputy Dog. Flo Morena says, I can't wait to see prices get lower. All right, we're going to take some more of your comments. The speech is supposed to start in 45 minutes. We'll see if it starts on time. But President Trump is en route to Pennsylvania. We'll be covering the speech live and looking forward to watching it with you guys and taking your comments on the air. One thing I want to do real quick is this is a sponsored stream. I really appreciate our sponsor, who is Gold Safe Exchange. So very quick, I'm going to play something about our sponsor, and then right after that, we'll take more of your comments and give you more of the news updates before the speech. You know, a number of people these days are investing in gold, silver, and other precious metals as a way of diversifying their portfolio. If you're interested in purchasing some precious metals, one way you can do that is with a precious metals IRA. This is an IRS-approved type of IRA in which your savings are invested into gold or other precious metals. If that kind of thing sounds interesting to you, if you want to know more, you can reach out to the folks at Gold Safe Exchange. They specialize in gold IRAs and other precious metals IRAs. Gold Safe Exchange puts a priority on customer service and transparency. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They have a price match guarantee. If you find a lower quote, they'll beat it. And they explain their processes in clear language so their clients know what's happening with their money. Also, they abide by all government security and safety standards. So if you're even a little interested in opening a gold IRA or other precious metals IRA, call Gold Safe Exchange at 800-341-6727 for a no-pressure chat. Or visit them on the web at goldsafeexchange.com/agenda-free. And mention Agenda-Free TV when you reach out to access a special offer where you could get free gold or silver with qualifying purchases. All right, we are waiting for President Trump's speech coming up. In theory, in 44 minutes, we'll have to see how it goes, but he is on the way. Did anyone have any success in tracking President Trump's plane? I'm looking right now on Flight Radar 24. it doesn't. I don't see a lot of people tracking a plane here, but let me know if in the chat if you can figure it out. And let's see here. An ADSB exchange, I'm looking there. I guess it would be up here somewhere. Anyways, I'm not aware of it being up there. Sometimes it's trackable, but if you guys know, feel free to reach out and let me know. The Yoshi fan said it's on ADSB exchange. Hold on. Someone is claiming they know where the plane is online. So give me a second here. Oh, hey, I think our viewer found it. I think Yoshi fan found it. Yoshi fan says this is the plane. Kind of looks like it, doesn't it? It looks like Air Force One. It took off from the right airport, I think. Is that it? Are we in business? Guys. Good job to our viewer. I think that's it. If it's not it, it looks like it's an accompanying plane, but... So he's going to Mount Pocono, which should not take very long. And let's find Mount Pocono. Mount Pocono is like up here. Can we find it on? There's Mount Pocono right there. It's east of Wilkes-Barre. So that's where he's going. He's going like here. Okay. I'm assuming that's it, though. So we'll keep an eye on that. All right. Now, let's talk about Trump's speech and take some more comments from you guys. PAEMT says it's about a 2-hour drive from me. Again, President Trump is supposed to do a number of these events. I don't know how many he's going to be doing of these events. Oh, I wanted to check something else here as well. If you give me 2 seconds. This is like a rally. It's a rally event. But he's not there yet. Our viewer Wild Bill says health insurance premiums are heading up. Mine went up. U.S. Rights and Freedom says he's worried about the midterms, so he's doing rallies instead of doing what his campaign, and that's the end of the comment. Hey, thanks to Samuel DeMarco. Thanks so much, Samuel DeMarco, for your support. Also, Christine Gagnon, thanks for being a member, Christine. I appreciate that. And thanks, Dude Control, for watching over there on Twitch. Tomorrow, we will have live coverage of the Fed interest rate announcement. We will be coming on to cover that tomorrow. So in this article by AP, they talked to some voters in Monroe County, where Trump is speaking. They say, what seems undeniable, even to Trump supporters in Monroe County, is that inflation seems to be here to stay. Lou Heddy, a retired maintenance mechanic who voted for Trump last year, said he's noticed in the past month alone, his and his wife's grocery bills have risen from $175 to $200. Once the prices get up for food, they don't ever come back down. That's just the way I feel. I don't know how the hell he would do it, said Heddy, 72. But Suzanne Vina, a Democratic voter, blames Trump's tariffs for making life more expensive as she struggles with rising bills for food, rent, and electricity on a fixed income. She remembers Trump saying he would stop inflation. That's what I was originally told, she said. She's 66. Did I believe it? That's another question. I did not. The area Trump is visiting could help decide control of the House in next year's midterm elections. Trump is holding his rally in a congressional district held by first-term Republican Rob Bresnahan, who is a top target of the Democrats and won his 2024 race by about 1.5 points among the nation's closest. Scranton Mayor Paige Cognetti, a Democrat, is running for the nomination to challenge him. It's not clear that Trump can motivate voters in Monroe County to show up in next year's election if they are worried about inflation. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles said on the online conservative talk show The Mom View that Trump would be on the campaign trail next year to engage supporters who otherwise might sit out a congressional race. Wiles, who helped manage Trump's 2024 campaign, said most administrations try to localize midterm elections and keep the president out of the race, but she intends to do the opposite of that. We're actually going to turn that on its head, said Wiles, and put him on the ballot because so many of those low propensity voters are Trump voters. Wiles said, so I haven't quite broken it to him yet, but he's going to campaign like it's 2024 again. Also, AP says the challenge for Trump is how to address the concerns of voters about the economy while simultaneously claiming the economy is enjoying a historic boom. Asked by a Politico podcast recently how he'd rate the economy, Trump leaned into grade inflation, says AP, by answering A+, only to then amend his answer to A++++++. And by the way, the U.S. economy has shown signs of resilience with the stock market up this year and overall growth looking solid for the third quarter. But many Americans see the prices of housing, groceries, education, electricity, and other basic needs as swallowing up their incomes. A dynamic that the Trump administration has said it expects to fade next year with more investments in artificial intelligence and manufacturing. What do you think? What do you think? I want to take some comments from you guys. Sticky Fingers says the stock market is not the economy. The Notorious Rob says, don't believe your lying eyes. Where is he coming up with this BS? Timothy Bonnet says, I paid $34 for 3.5 pounds of ground beef at Giant Eagle grocery store here in Pittsburgh today. Chris N. says Susie Wiles is great. Jerry Kovac says my area finally has made progress lowering gas prices. Let's check on ADSB Exchange. I don't know that it's on Flight Radar. Let me check Flight Radar 24. Hold on. I'll see if it's on there. I don't know that it is. I don't see it on Flight Radar 24 at the moment, but it looks like we do see it on ADSB Exchange. They're both great flight trackers. ADSBexchange.com and FlightRadar24.com. But you can see he took off from Joint Base Andrews. I believe this is his plane. And he's flying to up here to the east of Wilkes-Barre to Mount... Well, I think he might be flying to Wilkes-Barre Scranton Airport, which is up here. Oh, and then he's got to land and drive to the venue. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I don't know that this is starting on time. But it won't be that long a flight. Anyways, Mount Pocono is... Where is it? Where is it? I see Pocono Springs. Where is Mount Pocono? Can't even find it now. It's there somewhere. I promise you, it's there somewhere to the east of Wilkes-Barre. Oh, there it is, Mount Pocono, right there. You can see it. Mount Pocono. Anyways, he's like halfway there already. He's just about there. He's more than half. He's probably about halfway there. Look at this. It's just a quick jaunt from the D.C. area. The casino is in Wilkes-Barre? Well, that's not. He's supposed to be speaking in Mount Pocono. Look, the Mount Airy. It says he's speaking at the Mount Airy Casino Resort in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. That's what AP says. So why are you saying it's Wilkes-Barre? I'm going to look this up. No, fake news in our chat. The Mount Airy Casino Resort is in Mount Pocono. Don't listen to that person in the chat who's giving fake news. It is not in Wilkes-Barre. Backend Bully says that's a different casino. Mohunt Silver says it's in Mount Pocono. Yeah, I can't show. There's some video floating around. Scott Bessent is talking at this. Scott Bessent right now is talking at the event, but I don't have rights to the feed of the event yet. But I'm assuming that we are going to have the White House feed. I would be stunned if we didn't. I have a backup plan, but we should have that live. Oh, no, I actually, we're going to have a Reuters feed too. We're going to have a Reuters feed too. I'm going to have two feeds for you. So we might get the Reuters feed a little early. So when I do get that, I will put it on the screen for you. Paula Thompson says we're used to the waiting. What time, by the way, tomorrow? Let me look this up to give you a heads up about tomorrow. Tomorrow, the Fed announcement. Powell speaks at, I think, 1:30. We'll get on early enough for it tomorrow. I got to figure out when it all is going to get announced. But we'll be coming up to cover the Fed interest rate announcement tomorrow. All right, so he's getting so close now. He's getting so close. Thank you again to our moderators. Again, he's going to, I think he's maybe flying to Wilkes-Barre, Scranton. So you can see on ADSB Exchange, I mean, look at, he's probably well more than halfway there now, right? Looks like it's like 2/3 of the way there. Chatty Yube says Mount Airy is a really nice casino. Stanislav thinks they'll announce the Fed decision at 2:30. I thought the press conference is at 1:30. I got to look it up. What is hold on. Yeah, I think it might be earlier than 2. We'll figure it out. Oh, I told you guys. Now, one of our viewers said that's not the president's plane. Well, are there 2 planes flying? Because this plane looks like the president's plane, and it took off from Joint Base Andrews around the same time as the president's plane. So if this is not the president's plane, it's flying with the president's plane. But I'm not aware that 2 planes took off. So maybe there's a couple. I don't know. I don't know how many people are going or how many planes they're doing. They're using. But seems like that's either it or next to or near it. Hey guys, I'm going to see this again because so many people are saying in the chat, Kentucky mass shooting. Again, please follow me on Twitter for breaking news. I cover so much breaking news on my Twitter account. And if you had seen I posted a couple times before the broadcast even started on my X account, the updates. As I said on my X account, AP reports that one person has been killed and one person is in custody and one person is critically hurt in the shooting at Kentucky State University. I don't know. I don't really have other details about it. I'll check it again. But again, at least that way you know what I know. I'll again post a link to my X account. Yeah, I really haven't seen details on what exactly happened there. So if I find out more, I'll let you know. I did tell you guys, I said we have a video on his announcement yesterday about the $12 billion aid package for farmers hit by trade war. So let me show you this from Reuters here. Got a little video to show you on this. Oops, hold on, wait. I think this is the video. Is this the video? Must be. Let's watch. It goes along with the article. Let's watch this for a second. I think this is about it, hopefully.
U.S. President Donald Trump on Monday unveiled a $12 billion aid package for American farmers in an effort to shore up a key political constituency hurt by his trade policies. Farm groups and Republican farm state lawmakers have sought the aid in part to support farmers with purchases of seeds, fertilizer, and other expenses for next year's growing season.
The United States will be taking a small portion of the hundreds of billions of dollars we receive in tariffs. We are making a lot of money from countries that took advantage of us for years. So what we're doing is we're taking a relatively small portion of that, and we're going to be giving and providing it to the farmers in economic assistance. And we love our farmers, and as you know, the farmers like me, because you know, based on voting trends, you could call it voting trends or anything else, but they're great people. They're the backbone of our country.
Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins said that $11 billion of the aid will go to row crop farms. That's things like corn and soybeans, and will be disbursed by February 28. The administration is holding back the remaining $1 billion for fruits, vegetables, and other crops to finalize the details. Rollins says the money will come from the Commodity Credit Corporation, a discretionary agriculture department fund. An official said payments would be based on acres planted, production costs, and other factors. Trump gave $23 billion to farmers in his first term, and this year, they're set to get nearly $40 billion in government aid. Even so, net farm income could fall by more than $30 billion in 2026 due to a dip in government payments and low crop prices, according to experts at the University of Missouri. U.S. President Donald Trump
So there you go. There you go. Let's see here. One of our viewers mentioned you might be able to see Trump's plane on Flight Radar 24. I looked up the thing the person said, but I didn't see it there. So best I can tell, this is either Trump's plane or accompanying Trump's plane. It's going to be, I assume it's one of the two. And this is right here, ADSB Exchange. And it looks like it's going to land at, I would assume it's going to land at Wilkes-Barre Scranton Airport. You can see, you can go to adsbexchange.com. Rico7 says, the number one buyer of soybeans is China. Once Trump put in all the tariffs, China stopped buying soybeans. So he's basically bailing out the farmers because of his policy. Whoops. That's what our viewer Rico7 thinks. So once he lands, I think it's about a 10-mile drive. I assume he's going to drive. It's about 10 miles to Mount Pocono from the airport. Let me just do a quick check here and see if I have any updates for you as we are waiting. We're going to bring you Trump's speech. We're going to bring you the speech from Mount Pocono. He's going to be talking about the economy. We're going to be taking your comments on the air. Appreciate you guys being here for the speech. Hang on one moment. You know, there's a mayoral race in Miami, too. At 7 p.m., the polls close in Miami. There is a Democrat and a Republican running for mayor in Miami. So maybe we'll talk about that after the speech. All right, hold on a moment here. Give me a moment. Just checking. Want to make sure I'm not missing any new big breaking news while we've been on the air. Oh my gosh, the plane is so close. This is the plane. It's either his plane or near his plane, I would assume. Shout out again to our moderators. Ruth, thanks, Ruth, for moderating. I really appreciate it. Roberts May Queen has been there. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Oops. And Margaret Riley for moderating, and Shannon Davis Hughes. And also, hey, Christy Claft, thanks for being a subscriber. Sharon Klass and Goslin, thanks for subscribing. Kay Larry Body, thanks for modding. And also all of our Twitch moderators. Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev. Thanks to Toolman Tim for subscribing, and Big Chief Rick for subscribing on Twitch. It says altitude 3,500 feet. See the altitude on the left? But it looks like it's like not like maybe the tracking is going in and out or something. Doesn't look like it's moving. I mean, Mount Pocono is right here. Mount Pocono is here. Isn't the airport like over here somewhere? I got to look on the map. Where's Google Maps? There's the airport right there, Wilkes-Barre Scranton International Airport, if that's really where he's going. And from there to Mount Pocono is, actually, you know what? It's like 20 miles. It's like 20 miles. Might he fly? Is he going to fly or drive? That's a long ride. Can he just take a helicopter to the casino? Guys, what is he going to do? Is he going to drive? It's about 20 miles to the casino, I guess. We'll see. Goofy Finger Bandit thinks he'll take the chopper. Birdman thinks helicopter. Is he landing at Mount Pocono? I don't know about that. Is there a different airport he's landing at? This is, by the way, this is like estimated track. That's not actual track. I think that means estimated. So I don't know where he is right now. I honestly don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. I don't have any footage of him landing either. Well, soon we should have footage from the event. Oh, state police helicopter? Hold on. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Get rid of this. Flight radar 24. Pennsylvania. There we go. Good spot. Look, there is the state. Is that state police helicopter right there? Hold on. Let's get rid of this plane. Let's get rid of this. Yes, that is a Pennsylvania State Police helicopter right there, guys. Oh, good spot by our viewer. So that's ADSB Exchange, and that right there is Flight Radar 24. That must be related. And then where's Mount Pocono on the map here? I guess I have to zoom in. Oh, no, it's over here. Mount Pocono is down here. See, it says Mount Pocono. All right, guys, we're getting very close. We are getting close. I have not heard that he's landed yet. Let me see if I have anything. Nope. But we do have that helicopter in the area. And that helicopter too. All right. Let's talk about this speech a little more as we wait for him. You can see here, oh, hold on a second here. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Give me a moment. Appreciate you guys being here. We're going to be bringing the speech live to you. It's going to, I mean, it's like a rally he's giving. Oh, behind him on stage, it says lower prices, bigger something, bigger paychecks. Pennsylvania welcomes Donald J. Trump. So we'll see how much of a campaign speech it feels like. Here's the Reuters article. President Trump will visit Pennsylvania today to defend his economic record and try to counter voter anxiety over rising costs as Republicans brace for a tough fight to hold Congress in next year's midterms. Trump plans a campaign-style rally, guys, at a Mount Pocono casino in northeastern Pennsylvania to spotlight lower gasoline and egg prices and tax cuts passed this year. He will cast his tariff hikes and regulatory rollbacks as part of a broader effort to rewire the U.S. economy, a White House official said. The White House is grappling with voters' angst about the economy, a vulnerability Democrats exploited in recent state and local election victories. Inflation has eased from recent highs, but many voters remain uneasy about housing, food, and child care costs. Trump, who campaigned in 2024 on a pledge to lower consumer prices, has grown frustrated that affordability concerns are dominating the political conversation. Trump complained at a cabinet meeting last week. There's this fake narrative that the Democrats talk about affordability. They just say the word. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. He reinforced the message at a White House event on Monday, saying the Democrats caused the affordability problem. We're the ones fixing it. The rally will take place today in Pennsylvania's 8th District, a politically competitive area that Republicans see as critical to maintaining their slim majorities in Congress in 2026. Trump and his cabinet plan more such campaign-style events around the country early next year. Wow. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt told Newsmax's Wake Up America program on Tuesday that Trump's moves to cut taxes, ease regulations, and boost energy production policies will ease the cost of living for Americans and create more jobs. It's working. It takes time, Leavitt said, adding that Trump would be going around the country, touting his accomplishments and reassuring the American public that, yes, the best is yet to come. All right, guys. Well, he's going to be doing more of these things. Our viewer Wormnitz thinks affordability is a Democrat hoax. We're supposed to be getting the footage from Reuters soon of the actual venue. Oh, hey guys, look what's happening. Okay, so what's going on here? So the Pennsylvania State Police helicopter, which we saw near the airport before, is now flying towards, I want to say it's flying towards Mount Pocono. Yeah, Mount Pocono is here. Is it possible this helicopter is going 110 miles an hour? I don't know what's going on. Is the helicopter flying ahead of the motorcade? Or is President Trump taking a helicopter? But look, you can see Mount Pocono is here. So I'm guessing maybe it's either flying with the helicopter or flying near the motorcade or something. But I don't know for sure. That is Flight Radar 24. Rep Sag thinks that Trump is taking a helicopter to Mount Pocono Airport. Is there an airport there in Mount Pocono? I'm looking. Oh, Pocono Mountains Municipal Airport. Hey, look, there's an airport there. Maybe he's flying there in a helicopter. I don't think he's riding in the police helicopter. I think maybe there's a different helicopter. Betsy's tag says maybe he will pick up some decorating ideas from the casino for the ballroom. By the way, I think my clock is going to end up being wrong. I think it's going to be more than 10 minutes before he starts. So I apologize. Is this still flying? They might have lost. No, the plane is, I mean, the helicopter, I don't know. They might have lost tracking on it. It looks to me like maybe they lost tracking on the plane. Am I wrong? Oh, maybe not. No. Looks like, no, we're seeing the helicopter move, aren't we? Or are we? No, the helicopter seems stuck. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Give me one moment. Moon Fairy Andrea says they're always late. They're all always late. I am soon supposed to have our live coverage. As soon as I have the video, I'm going to put it on the screen for you. Up the helicopter. Oh, it's still on AD. It looks like it's on ADSB Exchange. ADSB Exchange still has the helicopter. the Pennsylvania State Police helicopter. Jerry Kovac says $79 for an oil change at local car dealership. Angry face. Angry emoji. Rokulika says, Rokulika says, so if he is supposed to talk about the economy, what do you think he will actually ramble on about? Well, look, he could talk about other topics too. You never know. Maybe he'll talk about Venezuela. There hasn't been any military action in Venezuela, and action by the U.S. in Venezuela yet. Hey, thanks Space Fraggle for being a member. L. Mans thinks he'll talk about Biden. Hey, thanks to P.A. Jeeper, who thinks P.A. loves DT. Thanks, appreciate it. Thank you. Holstrand says he always talks about many topics. Zacatec says 2 F-18s flew in Venezuela airspace today. I was looking earlier, and I think I saw 2 fighter jets off the coast of Venezuela, if I remember right. But the U.S. has been flying a lot of planes near Venezuela in recent months, actually. McCartney thinks Trump's speeches seem to be must-see TV whether you like him or not. Tace Vim thinks tariffs have made inflation much worse. That's not his. That's a commercial plane. Again, as soon as I have the footage from the arena, I will let you know. But he's not gotten there yet from what I can tell. Let me check for some updates here. Hang on a moment. Not seeing any White House press about him getting there yet. Spin City News thinks he is landing, thinks he's going to be driving to the casino, not flying in a helicopter. Jason Santoro said, did Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania give permission for this? I don't know that the governor needs to give permission for this. That I don't know. I'm not aware that he does need to give permission for this. All right, it is 6:04. The speech in theory was going to start in 5 minutes, but I don't believe that he's there yet. The sign behind him is going to say lower prices, bigger paychecks. Again, any moment now I'm supposed to have video from the actual venue. And as soon as I get the video, I will put it on the screen. Ryan believes that they closed the local freeways for his travel. Yeah, a couple of the news channels right now are showing a shot of the venue. He's not speaking yet. But again, I'm supposed to get my shot any moment. So I can't steal the footage from online that I don't have the rights to. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that a live shot? So one of our viewers mentioned that WBRE is showing his plane. On WBRE, our viewer said, 2822news.com, 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 they're showing a live shot of Air Force One. So it looks like he's about to get off of Air Force One. Am I right about this? It says it's live. Is anyone else watching this? 2822news.com. But they're showing the plane. So it looks like he hasn't got off the plane yet. So, yeah, there's no way this is starting in 4 minutes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the clock. There's no reason for me to have that clock up there because that's just not going to be the start time. Oops, hold on a second here. What did I do? Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Hold on. Hold on here. Get the clock off. Yes, I can actually confirm this because I'm watching it on 2 different places. So, yeah, Trump right now. He's just about to get off the plane in Pennsylvania. I can tell you that. So he still has to get to. Air Force One is at Wilkes-Barre Scranton Airport, and Trump is about to get off the plane right now. That's what I thought. Maybe he was already on his way from the airport. Oh no. So that's our update, is that Trump is about to get off the plane and he's about 20 miles away from the casino. No, I can't. I don't have the rights to show that. I don't have the rights to the video at the actual airport. But I can tell you that's where he is. Hey, thanks so much, by the way, to Gary Baines for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Gary. Thank you. Also, the Sparky Pilot, thanks so much. And Confidence in God, thanks so much. Iconoclasm thinks the casino must be terrified? Yeah, so we've got a few minutes to go. We'll talk about some other news stories that have been going on. But I'll keep an eye on... I'm keeping an eye on him. He has not gotten off the plane yet. Let's see here. Now, let's talk about... Oh, one of our viewers mentioned silver prices. You know, we never talk about silver prices on this. Let's talk about silver prices. Silver prices just smashed a new record. This is from the Washington Post. Silver is giving gold a run for its money. The precious metal has more than doubled in value since the start of the year and broke a fresh record today, rising above $60 per troy ounce, the first time ever. It's up 102% for 2025, far outpacing the record-building rush that has lifted gold 59%. The Post says a mix of forces are boosting silver, including the weakened dollar, tariff politics, and supply shortages. Especially critical in recent weeks, though, is the growing expectation that the Federal Reserve will announce another rate cut tomorrow, which we'll be covering. As the U.S. economy continues to slow down, analysts say that is likely to further pressure the dollar lower while lifting silver, a classic safe haven asset, even higher. The Post says the softening of the dollar is a big part of the story. The dollar has depreciated about 8.5% since the start of the year. Most of this drop occurred in the first half of the year after the Trump administration unleashed steep tariffs on trading allies and competitors alike and reduced U.S. attractiveness as a reliable trade and investment partner. At the same time, rising U.S. debt and lingering concerns about inflation have also diminished the dollar's value. The weakened dollar has been driving what's known as the debasement trade. Investors are looking for other assets, which include gold as well as silver, because the dollar is no longer seen as ultra safe as it used to be. The Fed rate decision could very well push down the dollar even more. Typically, lower interest rates make a currency less attractive for investors because there's a lower return on assets in that currency. Anyways, that's a little bit about Silver. Also, the tariff uncertainty and dollar weakness are coinciding with a long-running silver shortage. President Trump just got off the plane. President Trump is now walking down the stairs of Air Force One. He is at Wilkes-Barre Scranton Airport. So he's got to get to the casino. But I can tell you that President Trump right now is walking down the stairs of the airplane. Looks like maybe he's greeting local officials. So that is happening right now. I can see it. I don't have the rights to show it to you, but I can see it. He's greeting people. And I assume he'll jump into his motorcade. Anyways, silver price record, guys. We talked a little bit about that. Our viewer, Austin Batman, says, has to be chilly there on the tarmac. So Trump is that a helicopter I see? Yes, Trump, there's a helicopter. Okay, this should not be a long ride. There's a helicopter waiting for Trump. Marine One, am I right? Marine One? Isn't it always called Marine One when he flies in it? Whatever he flies in? Trump just got into the helicopter. There's press running after him. All right, Trump is getting into the helicopter. So this shouldn't, it's about 20 miles from airport to the Mount Pocono. So this should not be a long ride. This should not be a long ride. So soon he will get there. I don't have any of my live shots yet, but when I do, I'll put it on the screen. Infinite Velocity says he's already 4 minutes late. At least it'll be a quick ride, though. I don't know how long he's going to speak for. I mean, it's not going to be 10 minutes. It's like a rally speech. He could speak for an hour. Appreciate you guys being with us for this speech from President Trump on the economy coming up soon. We'll see what he has to say. And I hope you can be with us tomorrow when we cover the Fed interest rate decision. By the way, I don't have the rights to this video, but I can tell you that Josh Shapiro posted on his, Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, Democrat, posted Donald Trump's, about an hour ago, he posted Donald Trump's economic policies are screwing over the very people who helped get him elected. Our viewer M. Dolan thinks food prices are through the roof. Oh, you know, I saw something interesting before, which isn't specifically on the economy, but I wanted to mention this. This is interesting. So, you know, there's still this question of what's going to happen in Venezuela. We have this huge military presence in the waters near Venezuela. What's going to happen? So the Washington Post had an article yesterday. Venezuela's Maduro, shaken but still standing, aims to wait out Trump, they say. 5 months into the massive U.S. military buildup in the Caribbean, Venezuelan President Maduro is feeling the pressure, but refusing to go into exile, people close to his government say, opting instead to dig in and wait out President Trump's threats of an imminent attack. The authoritarian socialist, increasingly fearful of a U.S. strike on critical Venezuelan infrastructure or an attempt on his life, has tightened security and limited his public appearances, but his inner circle shows no signs of imminent collapse, according to the people that the Washington Post spoke with. With a potential growing for either a military escalation or a prolonged standoff, intermediaries close to both sides are scrambling to identify an off-ramp. The Trump administration is examining possible day-after scenarios in the event Maduro is ousted, including the opposition's plans for a transition. Internal documents obtained by the Washington Post show that U.S. officials are concerned about how the Venezuelan military would respond. A telephone conversation between Maduro and Trump last month was cordial, according to 3 people who have been in contact with the Venezuelan government. Matching Maduro's public assessment, Trump indicated he would like to see Maduro step down, they said, but there were no ultimatums, and the two pledged to speak again. One person who has met with Maduro since the call said the call was a signal that both sides are at least open to communication, but neither put any real cards on the table. Neither the White House nor the Venezuelan government responded to requests for comment. What's going to happen there? It says here, Maduro is traveling with a larger security detail and recently canceled an interview with a Western news outlet after insisting it be conducted in a public space, fearing it could be used as a trap, according to the person who met with him recently. He only does, I guess, unannounced appearances now. He is surrounded by supporters. What happens next is unclear since the Gerald R. Ford, USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier strike group arrived last month. The military buildup has largely leveled off, and since the Post revealed, they say that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered the commander of the first boat strike to leave no survivors. That mission, in which U.S. forces have killed at least 87 people, has come under increasing scrutiny. I don't know what's going to happen. I think Reuters is about to go live from the venue, guys. It looks to me like Reuters' camera's about to go live. Hang on a moment. One of our viewers said we should expect at least a 60-minute speech from Trump. 60. Space Fraggle thinks Maduro called Trump's bluff. Oh my gosh! Guys, we have the video. Breaking news. We have video for you. Oh my gosh, look at this. But I got to make sure. They're playing music, so I got to kill the sound on it. But guess what we have for you? Live video. Yay! Okay, this is in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. We got the live footage for you. We got it. I want to take some of your comments. Thanks for your patience. Now, when it starts, I might have 2 feeds. This is the Reuters feed. I'm guessing there'll be a White House feed. So I may, when it starts, switch to the White House feed if one's better than the other. This is the Reuters feed. The White House is not live with it yet. But I'm keeping an eye on that. At least you can see what's going on. You know, some of these venues it can be tough to get a signal out. They don't have the greatest internet. See how it's going in and out? So that can happen with again, some of these venues, especially if they're a little bit out of the way. So we'll do the best we can. But I mean, again, I also am assuming that I'd be pretty surprised if the White House did not broadcast this themselves. Stevens says, was that banner made in China? Oh, is the helicopter landing now? One of our viewers said the helicopter was landing in Mount Pocono. I'm looking. I don't have a feed of that. I don't think. Well, at this point we have this. But again, I think the White House will have a feed too. P. Bondre says bigger prices and lower paychecks. Lisa Young says Mount Pocono is in the middle of a mountain forest. This district it's being held in is a, I don't know specifically about this venue, why that venue was chosen, but this district is a swing district in Pennsylvania. That the Republican won for the Republican House rep from this area won by 1.5% in 2024. Oh, they're zooming in. Look, they got the shot zoomed in, guys. It's weird. The White House isn't live yet. Is the White House not broadcasting this? Travis says, when is Trump invading Venezuela? Yeah, we saw him a little while ago get off the plane and get into the helicopter, so I would not be surprised if he's already landed. The helicopter ride was not going to be a long ride. DD, our viewer, says lower prices, bigger paychecks for who? Sorry, I can't have the music up, but I can't have the sound on, but they're playing copyrighted music, so I can't have that on. I'll turn the sound up when he starts speaking. Wall Street says, I can't believe Trump said affordability is a hoax. Sugar Mountain says, Trump is such a great man. We are lucky to have him. This is, I don't know, it's been a little while since he did one of these rally style events, I feel like. As we mentioned, apparently more of these are coming in the new year. Quick shout out to our moderators like Roberts May Queen. Thank you, Roberts May Queen. And also Ruth. And over there on Twitch, I got that fire Matthew Kohai and 3 and Surly Dev. Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev. Margaret Riley, K. Lowry Body. Over there on Facebook. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Big thanks. Will he go off prompter and just say unexpected things? We'll have to see. Thanks to Chuck Mosca and Robert Rial for subscribing on Facebook. Thank you. By the way, Paul Anderson is moderating too. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Christy Claft, for subscribing. Thanks, Kristen McConnell Gates, for subscribing. Thanks, I Am Charlie, who says DJT plays multi-dimensional chess while everyone else plays checkers. Where are the panicins? Jesse Davis thinks Trumpflation is real. One of our viewers, Animal, says, how many times will he mention Biden? I wonder if anybody else is going to speak before him, or if this is, I mean, they already had people speaking, so I would assume he's just up next. One of our viewers said having an economy speech. Jake's Online said having an economy speech at a casino is wild. Isn't it a resort, though, a casino resort? It's the Mount Pocono. It's called the Mount Airy Casino Resort, I believe. So it's a resort. I mean, it's a casino resort. I believe that's where it is. I got to double check this. Yeah, the Mount Airy Casino Resort. Which I have not been to. Why is he doing this today, says EndFX. You know, we talked about that earlier. From the reporting, President Trump is concerned about how the affordability issue might affect the midterms. So this is part of from what the reporting says, an attempt to, convince Americans that the Trump administration is doing a good job with the economy. We have midterms coming up next year. And reportedly, he's going to be doing a bunch of these in the months to come. As I mentioned, Susie Wiles, his chief of staff, said that, where is it here? I was just talking about this. Let me get the quote. Wasn't the Susie Wiles quote something like he's going to be campaigning like it's 2024? I read it to you guys earlier. Yeah, Susie Wiles said that Trump's going to be campaigning like it's 2024 ahead of the midterms. When is he coming on? Any moment now. I don't know exactly. I assume he's there by now. Leisure named Baxter says, words are cheap. My bank account don't lie. Check back in 2 months for if it's real. Very interestingly, the White House feed is not live. As I said before, I would be shocked if the White House does not broadcast this. But the White House normally only comes on like right before he's about to walk out there. Well, usually. J.D. Dizzle says, can't stop prime campaigning Trump. Dems are screwed. That guy says, so glad he lowered prices on day one, LOL. Chuck Mosca thinks the tariffs, the inconstant economic policy decisions, and mass deportations, says Chuck, are all having a negative effect on the economy. Hey, thanks to Owl Hippie for the memberships. That's so nice of you. Owl Hippie, thank you. Let's see here. No, Zach Attack, the White House social media often will stream big events of his. I mean, you'd think they'd want to stream it just to get it more out there. Thank you, Sydney91, for being a member. Berg says this may be a test event. Again, I'm waiting just like you. All I can say, the helicopter must be there by now. He must be there by now. Maybe he's talking to people in the back. One of our viewers thought he might be having a bite to eat before his speech. Chucky's Chicklet thinks he'll tell his egg story tonight. Thanks for watching, Wayne Aitchison from Ontario. Yoitz thinks it's going to start at 8 p.m. No, it was supposed to start at 6:10. NY Mets Swims says he's probably just resting his eyes for a bit. Ratso says, where's my Doge check? Now, 1 minute ago, I'm a little confused by this. Look at this. 1 minute ago, the White House said Marine One wheels up. But Marine One, I mean, he got into Marine One a while ago. Was it really 1 minute ago? We saw him get into Marine One at the Wilkes-Barre Scranton Airport like 20 minutes ago. I think that's got to be not accurate. I think that picture's from before. Oh, unless that's Joint Base Andrews. I mean, Joint Base Andrews was an hour and a half ago or whatever. But there was also, Marine One is whatever helicopter is flying him around. So one Marine One took him to the airport, took to Joint Base Andrews. But then there was another Marine One waiting for him in Pennsylvania that he got into. Anyways, the White House posted 2 minutes ago saying, Marine One wheels up. Hey, thanks so much, Prospering Woman. Prospering Woman thinks that the economy is a dumpster fire for the working class. Thank you, Prospering Woman, for your support. And also Yankee Stacking, who says, I hope Trump addresses the real economy, productivity, employment, low debt, not just a rising stock market. That's not the economy. You need real conservative solutions, says Yankee Stacking, like free market, small government, low regulations. Well, any moment now, that's the best I can tell you. Dees thinks the economy is doing well. Where are the Epstein files? I think they're due to come out, in a couple weeks? It was 30 days from when the bill was signed. They had to release stuff. That bill was signed on November 19th. So it would be December 19th, which is like 10 days away. That'd be 30 days. Thanks to Sydney for the membership. So nice of you. Sydney, thank you. Thanks to Toolman Tim for the gift sub. Thanks, Toolman Tim. Thanks, Haunted Wind, for subscribing on Twitch. Our viewer Vitinho Gamer says, Brazilian here, I hope Venezuela gets free of Maduro. His dictatorship has been painful for me and my Venezuelan wife. Thanks for writing in, Vitinho Gamer. Marcus G says, the economy is doing good in my state. Chuck IRL says, we are waiting. That we are. I'm sorry, I cannot control when it starts. If it makes you feel any better, everybody you see on the screen is waiting as well. They are waiting. Will the White House go live? They are not live yet. No, we saw him get off the airplane. We actually saw him. This had to be like a half an hour ago or more, I think. We saw him get off the airplane in Pennsylvania and get into Marine One helicopter. Our viewer II thinks his year one priority was border immigration. Year two plan is economy. Leading into midterms makes sense. Why make a speech now, says M. Perk? Maybe because the election didn't go great for him and Republicans in November, and he thinks that the Republicans and he has to get a bigger message out there that they're doing well on the economy. That's a possibility. I'm seeing some people. I'm seeing a guy with a hat. Hey, there's a guy with like what do you call that hat he's wearing? Like a Revolutionary War fighter hat or what? A colonial hat. Look at the guy with the colonial hat. He's grooving to the music. See that guy? It's like, it looks like Ben Franklin. Minuteman hat. Tricorner hat. People are saying it's a tricorn. Quaker Oats dude. Well, there he is. Then he's got the crossing straps in the back. I think he's like wearing period attire. One of our viewers says, let's hope he talks about Bitcoin. Triple C420 thinks it'll be the same speech he always gives. I mean, it's pretty clear what the messaging is, right? It literally says lower prices, bigger paychecks. Lower prices, bigger paychecks. Muzi says bigger paychecks from whom? Drew Hunt says, will he say affordability is a scam? TE88 says, who doesn't like that? Shaft says, I was just in Pennsylvania. It is very cold there. Margot Martin just posted something. Hey guys, look. Margot Martin, who's with the White House, she just posted this. She says, President Trump heard it was the pilot's birthday on Marine One and gave him his presidential challenge coin. Happy birthday. So there's an update from Margot Martin with the White House. Tiger Woods says, can confirm still in Pennsylvania. Very cool. Thank you, Tiger Woods, for your support. Thanks, Yankee Stacking. Yankee Stacking thinks that government stimulation is foolish regardless of who it targets. Thank you so much, Yankee Stacking, for your support. I really appreciate it. Douthis thinks Trump has not given a second thought to what groceries or gas cost him ever. One of our viewers commented on this. AP says, today the U.S. military flew 2 fighter jets over the Gulf of Venezuela. The move today appears to be the closest that American warplanes have come to the South American country's airspace since the start of the Trump administration's pressure campaign in the region. Public flight website showed a pair of U.S. Navy FA-18 fighter jets fly over the body of water bounded by Venezuela for more than 30 minutes. A U.S. defense official said the jets conducted a routine training flight and said they stayed in international airspace. The official likened it to previous exercises aimed at showing the reach of U.S. planes. AP also says Trump running late makes his way to Pennsylvania rally. He was late leaving Washington, where he had been attending a Christmas party at the vice presidential residence. Trump's event in the Pocono Mountains will be held indoors in a conference center ballroom at the Mount Airy Casino Resort, a smaller venue than the arena rallies that could host thousands during his campaign. Well, you can see the live shot right there. We are waiting for it to start. He's going to be talking about affordability. AP says this is taking place in, Reuters says this is taking place in Pennsylvania's 8th District, a politically competitive area that Republicans see as critical to maintaining their slim majorities in Congress in 2026. Trump and his cabinet plan more such campaign-style events around the country early next year. Reuters said in a new Reuters Ipsos poll, Trump's approval rating on his performance on the cost of living was just 31%, although that marked an increase from 26% in late November. While Trump has been quick to point to declines in egg and gasoline prices from recent peaks, prices are rising for other key items, including nearly 15% for beef, 7% for bananas, and more than 20% for coffee, according to recent government data. Gasoline has been down 30 to 50 cents a gallon at times this year, compared to 2024, but the current price is now just a few cents less. Thank you, Shine Sway Fam, for your support. Who says, let me keep my money and let me see arrests. Amen. It is 6:49. We're about 40 minutes after the scheduled start time. Sorry for the delay, but I can't control that. The Pond says 15% for meat, try 50%. The article, as I said, I was just reading, it was from Reuters. Hasseldehoff says, when is he going to invade Venezuela? Cherry Coca-Cola thinks Trump isn't the problem, Biden wasn't the problem, it's the system, and MAGA and progressivism are cults that offer no working solutions. Timido says, why is beef so high? Fox News says the remarks are going to be soon, guys. That's what Fox News says. They say it's soon. They say soon. Hey, thanks again to Yankee Stacking for your support. Who thinks the government only gives what it first takes or prints? Shout out to our Twitch subscribers like Pretty Boy Floyd and Toolman Tim and Wall Street and Shaggy and Sentient Cannabis and Jack's Animals and Proxy 1337 and Distant Galaxy and also to Douthis and Respect. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Really appreciate it. All of our subscribers over there. While I have a moment. Codor 1927. Thanks for subscribing. Hopefully I'm getting everybody. Also, thanks to Prospering Woman so much for your support, who believes groceries are still expensive because the value of the dollar has dropped an additional 10 cents this year. 22 cents down since 2020-21. Until they stop spending money to pay down the debt, the dollar drops. That's what Prospering Woman says. Thanks, Prospering Woman, for your support. Hey, thanks to our YouTube members, two people like Patricia Grace and Evelyn in Maine, Corgi Cogito, Aaron S., just to name a few, Zelgeth, Chaz Martin, The Watcher, P.B. Andre, Dean R., Moonfairy Andrea, Jackie Morgan, The Great Conspiracy, J. David, and others. By the way, tomorrow I will be doing live coverage of the Fed interest rate decision. Probably come on around noon or something for that, I think. I got to figure it out exactly, but hopefully you can join us tomorrow for the Fed interest rate decision coverage. We'll cover Jerome Powell's press conference as well. Thanks, 49558-201 for your support. Who says, why is gold over $4,000? Oh, the guy in the Minuteman hat was dancing around again. Who looks like Belle Franklin? The tricorn hat. Do you know? I don't even know that term. Our viewer said tricorn. I don't recall ever hearing that term. There he is. You can see him at the bottom there. Steve X Racer thinks prices will never come down unless there's a major recession. The White House feed still isn't live yet, interestingly. So the picture sometimes is a bit blurry because sometimes when there are these events at these kind of more out of the way places, it's very hard to get a good internet signal. And sometimes these news agencies use internets. They use what it is, not just internet signal. They'll use a cell phone. They'll use the cell phone signal. When you don't have good internet, one way you can stream is to use a system that grabs multiple cell phone signals and uses those. But those cannot be good too. So it's some combination of not having access to good internet and not having great cell phone signal. And that can affect getting the live video out. So that's why you're seeing it go in and out. Now, I'm assuming the White House is going to have their own feed, which hopefully will be good, but they haven't gone live yet, the White House. So, I apologize. This is the Reuters feed, which I have access to. It's been pretty good so far, but it might be, in and out a little bit in terms of blurriness. But you do see this sometimes with these events in these more out of the way places. Hang on a moment here. Thank you for being here. We're waiting. This is a rally-style event. Look at this. Pezzi says, when's the lower prices? Somebody just came in to sit down. Somebody's being ushered to their seat, it looks like. That might be a positive sign. Oh, look, it's the guy. The guy in the tricorn hat is getting into it. See at the bottom? He's getting into the music. I can't play the music for you. Again, this is a bit of a smaller venue from what I understand. It's not like a big arena. Thank you, Mike K7115, for being a member. Yeah, the guy in the red is dancing too, as one of our viewers said. It's not a very dancey crowd. There's like 2 people dancing. Plat X says you can't dance if you're starving. Oh, hey, by the way, the White House just sent out a press release saying President Trump delivers progress on lowering costs with much more relief on the way. They literally just sent out this press release. I just got it in my inbox. And they say, since taking office, President Trump has made substantial progress on reversing inflation and the cost of living disaster he inherited from the recklessness of the Biden administration. There's a whole press release about it. Interesting. It says the Trump administration will not rest until the high prices that resulted from Democratic policies are fully reined in. We're making progress and the best is yet to come. Maybe they timed that release for right when the speech is supposed to start. We can look at that after, because I assume this is going to start soon. If it doesn't, we'll look at it more. Otherwise, I'll show you it after. But they just came out right now. Thank you, Yankee Stacking. Who says who gave a Milton Friedman quote that supposedly inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. Thank you so much, Yankee Stacking, for your support. I appreciate that. Thanks also, Jay Samuels, for being a member. I guess that is a real Milton Friedman quote. I'm looking it up. Thank you for your patience. The White House just went live on its feed. All right, hold on. Hang on a moment. Hang on. The White House just went live. That's a positive development, guys. The White House just went live. So let me just get this ready for you. Look at this. Look at this. We will begin shortly. Oh my gosh. That's actually good because I'm assuming that they will have the best signal. So what I'll do is I'm going to keep on the screen the Reuters feed, but when it starts, I'll probably switch over to the White House feed. Is somebody going to say something? No, somebody's putting something. They put something on the podium. Maybe his speech. So again, bear with me. When it actually starts, I'm probably going to have to switch the shot over. So you might hear 2 Trumps talking for like 3 seconds or something. So I'll keep this feed up until he comes out. And then as he's coming out, I'll switch over to the White House feed. There it is. See, look. President Trump delivers remarks on the economy from Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. Bad Toastery thinks we're so getting stagflation. Up, so the camera's moving. The camera's moving around. Oh my gosh! Look at this! Wow! Look at this. It's not a huge room. Actually, that was an interesting shot. You get a size of the room there. Look at this. Again, we'll be having a shot from. We're going to get the White House feed too. They've been on stage waiting for 40 minutes. Oh, people have been there for longer because you need to show up early, and then they have speakers speak earlier. I would think people have been there for several hours. That's just a normal thing for a rally event like this. But yes, we've been watching people waiting for Trump for a while. The camera's panning over. It's panning over. There's security walking around there. We can see the opening. Now, I'm assuming they'll play God Bless the USA when he comes out, which I cannot play because I don't have the rights to. But that would be my assumption. So this is kind of like a rally. It's like a campaign rally. There's a kid holding up a bigger paychecks. Look, people are holding up bigger paycheck signs. You can see them. They have given out bigger paychecks signs. Hey, April Coco is here. Hello, April Coco. Good to see you. Hey, there's also a lower prices sign. Look, the guy has a lower prices sign. Maybe they say each thing, the different thing on different sides. Michael Bernard says, I like bigger paychecks. Stephanie Kimber Hooper says they're holding signs but no checks. Hey, I will say this Reuters feed has a very nice shot there of the entry. That's a good shot of that entryway. PB Andre says, I can feel his aura. Pretend Mage says, I thought affordability was a Democrat scam. Just Mike says, Trump is doing a great job. Superkiller says, where is Trump? Mr. Cheese says, it's nearly time. Appreciate you guys being here with us for our live coverage of President Trump speaking about the economy. This is a Trump rally, and, well, it's a rally-style event. Sherry says, bigger paychecks maybe if you work for a good company, not if you work at Walmart. Dr. Alexis says 700% lowered prices. That guy in the hat is cheering. There's a guy in the hat cheering. See the guy in the hat and the glasses? Cheering. I don't know if he can see in there. It seems like that person can see into the opening. So maybe that person sees Trump. All right, any moment now, President Trump will be coming out. Hey, thanks, Marcus Plane Spotting Germany. I really appreciate that. Marcus Plane Spotting Germany, thank you. The crowd is waiting. We're waiting. Everyone's waiting. I see some movement back there. I see movement. I see security moving. Hey, Bez from Oz, you gotta, Bez from Oz, you gotta respect the rules of the chat. Now, come on, behave yourself. Thank you, Bez from Oz, but you gotta behave yourself. Security is looking out. Security just came for a glance. We have multiple lower prices signs being held up. The camera is zooming in even more. Again, I can't play the music when he comes out. It's like 2024 all over again on the campaign trail. Thanks for being with us. I see some more movement. I see movement. I see movement. The camera's panning over. They're doing the wave. People are doing the wave. They have a lower prices sign and bigger paychecks. Lower prices and bigger paychecks signs. Again, this county where this is taking place is a swing county. I believe the Republican representative won in this county by 1.5 points in 2024. I believe we read that earlier. Let me find that again. I think AP had that story. Let's see if I can find it here. Yes, this is a congressional district, which is a top target of Democrats, and the Republican there won his congressional race by about 1.5 points in 2024, among the nation's closest. Oh, Trump is coming out. Hold on, look, hold on, I got it. There he is. Hold on. There he is. Here, look, I'm switching feeds. This feed is better. Okay, here he is. He's there. Sorry for the switch, but we got it switched over. This is the White House feed now, which is nice and clear for you. Now, I think they're playing music, so I got to be careful here. Hang on. There is Trump. Yeah, they're playing music right now. They're playing Proud to be an American. I think, even though I heard it for 1 second. Well, I'll turn the volume on as soon as he starts speaking. We'll see what he has to say. Again, the sign says lower prices, bigger paychecks. Let me just show you real quick. We got people shooting him on their phones, not shooting pictures of him on their phones. Look at all the people with their phones, holding up their phones, taking pictures of Trump. Look at all the people with their phones. Now he's dancing. President Trump is dancing. President Trump is dancing now. All right, he's about to start speaking. He's about to start speaking.
Well, this is a nice crowd. You got a lot of people. You've got a lot of people standing outside tonight. It's freezing. They got here yesterday like at 2 o'clock in the morning or something. Well, I'm worried about them. Would anybody like to give up your place? Let some people come in from the cold. You go out to the cold. I don't think so. I just want to say hello, Pennsylvania, and I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible Commonwealth with so many proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. So am I. I'm a proud hard worker. I'm a proud patriot, but you're a proud patriot. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great reception. You know, we're on to expose what happened recently when we took over. You know, it's 10 months, and already we have the largest investment ever made in the history of, not our country, of any country anywhere in the world. Think of that. But let me begin by wishing each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, all of that stuff. Remember when I started in 2015, I made my first speech, and I said, we're going to bring back Christmas. Remember, the radical left wanted to get rid of the word Christmas. I said, I don't think that's going to work out. And we did it, and now everybody's saying Merry Christmas again. But just over 1 year ago today, with your help, we saved America. That's what happened. We saved it. In the most important election victory possibly in the history of our country was going down. We were a country that was being scoffed at, laughed at all over the world. We won all 7. Thank you, darling. She said, and you saved us. Who are you? Stand up, please. Who said that? I love her. Only in Pennsylvania can this happen. I know this state. By the way, last election, did we kick ass in Pennsylvania? We won. That means we won 3 times in a row, as you know. But we won all 7 swing states. We won the Electoral College, 312 to 226. We won, and by the way, the real vote was much more than this, but we wanted to make it too big to rig. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many decades, and we won 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. That's good. We did it. Not me, we did it. And now, after just 10 months in office, I'm pleased to report that America is winning again, Pennsylvania is prospering again, and I will not rest until this Commonwealth is wealthier and stronger than ever before. Remember when Biden got up and called you a state? That was not good. He said, it's great to be back in this state. Oh, where are we? Where are we? What state is it? It's Pennsylvania. Oh, okay. No, we're respected again as a country. We're respected. Since my inauguration, we've created nearly 60,000 new Pennsylvania jobs, including 4,000 Pennsylvania manufacturing jobs that the Democrats gave up on. You're doing better than you've ever done. Under our leadership, more than 40,000 Pennsylvanians have been lifted off of food stamps. 40,000. And working with a great guy, remember David McCormick? He used to go to every rally I had, he knew what was happening. And he's here again, as usual. I can't get rid of this guy. Where is he? He got a little lucky, though. You know, in Butler, a place called Butler, Pennsylvania. I love Butler, Pennsylvania, but it was amazing. And we had a tremendous crowd, like 55, 60,000 people. Then I called David. I said, David, come on up. He was working like hell to get elected. It was a tough race. And very few people could have done what he did. But I said, right at the beginning of the speech, I said, David, come on up. Come on up. I want to, this was before the thing happened. And then I looked up and I said, you know what, David, just stay there. I'll get you later. You're so lucky, David. You're so lucky, you don't know. I could have had a little differently shaped ear if it weren't for you. You know, you got very lucky that day. People don't talk about that, but I remember I called him up and I said, just stay there. Because he was walking a little bit slowly. I didn't want to take the time. Oh, boy, that was a good day for you. What a job he did. He's really a great guy, and his wife, Dina, is fantastic. Thank you. Stand up, David. He's a lucky man. Working with Senator David McCormick, we've secured commitments for nearly $100 billion of investments in Pennsylvania. We were up here a few months ago. Some of the greatest energy companies in the world made that. We were doing it on a beautiful day. A little warmer than it is outside today, David. But over $100 billion, and we've saved a great American company. You know, we saved, this little group of people and me, saved a little company called U.S. Steel, and it's hot as a pistol now. And we have the keys to the company. It's always going to be here. It's never moving. They said, what happens if it moves to Japan? I said, you can't move a steel mill to Japan. You can move a headquarters, but the steel mill stays here. That's all that matters. And I will tell you, the company is spending billions and billions of dollars, and there was no second by comparison. Other companies were interested, and they really are. They call me all the time, tell me they're really excited about it. And, you know, they're building a lot of additional plants. It's turning out to be beyond what anyone thought possible, but we had to save U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel was one of the greatest companies, which really, for a long period of time, years ago, the greatest company anywhere in the world. U.S. Steel, you see it with the big factories that were, 2 years ago. Now it's starting to fill up. The tariffs have filled it up because people are coming here. Other steel companies are coming to Pennsylvania now because they don't want to spend 100%, 50%, 25% on tariffs are all coming in. It's amazing. You know, the word, remember when I said tariff? My favorite word is tariff. True. But then I got a lot of heat from the fake news. Look at all of them back there. I took a lot of heat. I got up early on. I said my favorite, it's turning out, you know, tariffs are bringing us hundreds of billions of dollars. I just helped our farmers out because they're starting to do really well. But in order to try and negotiate, some countries played a little cute, and we just gave them, right out of a tariff money, cost us nothing, right out of the hundreds of billions that we've taken in, we gave the farmers a little help, $12 billion, and they are so happy. And all they want is a level playing field, and now it's happening. And the tariffs are making them rich. It's going to be, you're going to see what happens over the next 2 years. It's like a miracle is taking place. But we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, really trillions. Scott, we have the great Scott Bassett. Scott, stand up. And if you add to that all of the companies that are pouring their money to building plants in Pennsylvania and many other states, auto plants, AI plants, plants of every type, which we would have never had if we didn't put the tariffs on. Did you see where Europe now is saying, I think we got to start doing what Trump is doing? We've got to start putting on tariffs because we're getting our asses kicked, and it's true. But Scott, if you really think about it, it's trillions of dollars, not billions of dollars, right? So it's amazing. It's the smart people understand it. Other people are starting to learn, but the smart people really understand it. 1 year ago, under Sleepy Joe Biden, have you heard of him? You know, okay, look, the king of Saudi Arabia told me this. He said, sir, 1 year ago, I was in Saudi Arabia. Somebody complained that I was making a foreign trip. I went to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE. I brought back $4 trillion. They said, he shouldn't be traveling. He should focus on home. What the hell do you think I'm doing? And 250 Boeing jets. I brought it back so much, everything. Then they say, he should, you know, the stupid people, they say, he should be leaving our country. Yeah, let's sit around and twiddle our thumbs. It's, no, it's sort of crazy, right? But 1 year ago, the king of Saudi Arabia said it. He said, sir, 1 year ago, you were a dead country, dead. They were focusing on China. They were looking for, you know, who's next on line, frankly. And he's a good man, and the Emir of Qatar said it, UAE said it, the big company, the big smart country said it. We were a dead country 1 year ago. We were dead as a doornail. We were going down the tubes. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's nobody close. Sure. And it's because of the election on November 5th, because that's when it started. You saw what's happening with recruitment in the military. The enrollment is the highest we've ever had. And you know, right before November 5th, we couldn't get anybody in the military. We couldn't get police. We couldn't get firemen. We couldn't get anybody. And after November 5th, that's when it started. Right now, we have the highest enrollment we've ever had, the greatest recruitment days we've ever had in the military. It's amazing. So it's November 5th, and it's also, again, it's a thing called tariffs. And I told you, I was about to say that, you know, because I love the weave, the weave. You know what the weave is? You go here, bing, 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 bing. You always have to get back to the right location. But otherwise, they'll criticize you for straying from the speech. By the way, if I read what's on the teleprompter, you'd all be falling asleep right now. But it's true, 1 year ago, and during periods of time, I'd say my favorite word is the word tariff. I love it more than any other word in the dictionary. And the fake news said, that's terrible. What about God? What about family? What about religion? What about your sons, your daughters? What about how terrible that's this? So I moved it back to 5th. I have it to 5th, and now I'm in no trouble with the fake news, you know? They say, what about religion? They always find, so you have to weave a little bit with the punches. You have to go, you know, the boxers, you got to go with the punches. But it's been amazing what's happened, and it's been amazing. It's a transformation of our country. I have the greatest oil man anywhere in the world. I see him sitting right there, Chris Wright. I was going to put a man, Doug Burgum, he's great. He's interior. And I said, Doug, I want you to go to energy. You're really fantastic at energy. Came from North Dakota, big fracking place, state. He'd done really a great job. He was a great governor, I would say, right? Really great. And a great person. He's doing a fantastic job. I said, I want you to head up energy. Sir, I'd be good, but I'll tell you, there's one man out there. In the whole world, there's one man out there who would be better than me. Who is it? A man named Chris Wright. Who the hell is Chris Wright? Give me a break. I never heard of the guy. Well, you never heard. He's the biggest there is. He's the smartest there is. The greatest oil man in the world. Chris Wright. I said, I got to see this guy. And after about 2 minutes, I understood exactly what Doug was saying. So I said, okay, Doug, you'll go to Interior. You work with, because interestingly, Interior owns all the land that has the oil. And he has all the expertise that drills the oil. And I said, you know, we'll do a friendly merger here. This is pretty good. And that's what we did. And we're right now drilling more oil than we've ever done ever before. Prices are way down. We just had 4 states. It was just reported that 4 states had $1.99 a gallon. Right? We're still moving. So I want to introduce Chris Wright. Stand up, Chris. Who would think, you look at him, he's a nice looking guy and all that. Who would think he's rated, I mean, he's the most talented oil guy. He can put his nose on the ground and tell you whether or not there's oil. Other people have to spend billions of dollars on machinery and equipment, and it doesn't work. So I want to thank you. You're doing a great job. And is it true? We are right now, energy overall, not only the oil and gas, we are right now involved in more energy and have more energy in the works by far than we've ever had before. Is that right? Yeah. Not even close. Yeah. And I have no higher priority than making America affordable again. That's what we're going to do. And again, they caused the high prices and we're bringing them down. It's a simple message. If I had one message tonight, this is being covered like all over the world. This is crazy because I haven't made a speech in a little while. When you win, you say, oh, I can now rest. So Susie Trump, do you know Susie Trump? Sometimes referred to as Susie Wiles, Susie Trump. She's the great chief of staff at they don't use the word chief of staff anymore because of the Indians got extremely upset. But now the Indians actually want their name used, which is true. They never didn't want it used. But the chief of staff, and she's fantastic, she said, we have to start campaigning, sir. I said, I won. What do I have to do already? They said, we have to win the midterms, and you're the guy that's going to take us over the midterm. Where's Susie? Susie, come on, Susie. Look at Susie. Susie's the greatest. And who do we see there? We even brought our superstar today, Caroline. Stand up, Caroline. Isn't she great? Is Caroline great? When she goes on television, Fox, they dominate. They dominate when she gets up there with that beautiful face and those lips that don't stop, up, like a little machine gun. She's got no fear. You know why she has no fear? Because we have the right policy. We don't have men in women's sports. We don't have to sell men in women's sports. We don't have to sell transgender to everybody. We don't have to sell open borders where the whole world is allowed to come into our country from prisons and everywhere else. So she's got a little bit easier job. I wouldn't want to be the other side's press secretary, right? Thanks, Carolyn. Great job. We appreciate it. But that's our message. They gave you high prices. They gave you the highest inflation in history, and we're bringing those prices down rapidly. Lower prices, bigger paychecks. You're getting lower prices, bigger paychecks. We're getting inflation. We're crushing it. And you're getting much higher wages. I mean, the only thing that's really going up big, it's called the stock market and your 401ks. That's going up. But I say it, and I said it the other day, and a lot of people misinterpret it. They say, oh, he doesn't realize prices are high. Prices are coming down very substantially. But they have a new word. They always have a hoax. The new word is affordability. So they look at the camera and they say, this election is all about affordability. Now, they never talk about it. They never talk. Thank you very much. They say I'm not allowed to run. I don't know what the hell that's all about, but that's okay. He said 4 more years. You see the new hat? We have 4 more years. 2028. We have all sorts of... Well, you know what? We have 3 years and 2 months to go. And you know what that is in Trump time? 3 years and 2 months is called eternity. We have a long time. We have a long time. But under Biden, real wages plummeted by $3,000 a year. Under Trump, the typical factory worker has already seen their wages increase by more than $1,300, and that's in just a few months. And for construction workers, it's $1,800 up versus $3,500 down, and I think their number is wrong. It's much lower than that. For miners, do we love miners? I love miners. I don't know how they do it, going 10,000 feet under the ground, and they wouldn't trade jobs with me. If I gave them a beautiful, magnificent penthouse in the middle of Manhattan, where I used to live, if I gave them the most beautiful penthouse, they wouldn't take it. They'd rather go 10,000 feet underground and dig. That's what they want. For miners, their wages went up $3,300, and we're bringing back coal. But my administration cannot talk about anything else except when they say the word coal, they have to precede the word by 2 words: clean, beautiful. So we only call coal clean, beautiful coal. Is that right, fellas? Because coal needs a little public relations help. It's a very powerful fuel. It's used by China. You know, China makes all our windmills, but they don't have any wind farms. It's a little interesting, isn't it? Wind is the worst. That's a scam. They ruin your valleys, they ruin your peaks, and the most expensive energy, the only ones that get rich are the developers who make a fortune. You have to change the windmills, and most of them are made in China, but China has very few wind farms. You know why? Because they're smart. You know what they do have? A lot of coal. They love coal, so that's okay. But we have clean, beautiful coal, and we brought it back into vogue. We have nuclear, we have oil and gas, we have sort of everything. We don't approve windmills. We don't approve it, I'm sorry. We don't like things that kill all our birds. And that every time you put one up, only the guy that owns it makes a lot of money. Those guys, what a joke, and they are ugly, you're right, sir. But Democrats talking about affordability is like Bonnie and Clyde preaching about public safety. And they are really truly the enemy of the working class when they do it, because we're gonna have a great energy policy. You know, our oil prices are coming down very substantially, energy prices. And honestly, with that, everything comes down, because there's nothing nearly in the category of oil. You wouldn't even know what second is. There are seconds and thirds, but it's so far down the list we don't even talk about them. You get energy prices down, which we're doing. Again, the greatest amount of drilling, the greatest amount of fuel being produced right now in our country than ever before, by far. It's not even a contest. And when that happens, those prices come down. That's why you're seeing oil per barrel coming down nicely, very nicely. We don't want to go so rapidly because we want the people that produce it to keep producing it, but they're doing good. But it's amazing. But when energy comes down, your other prices come down too, all of your prices. And that's exactly, we inherited the highest prices ever, and we're bringing them down. We inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. Think of that. And we're bringing them down rapidly. Their entire agenda is about robbing working people to fund their far-left cronies and give lavish benefits to foreign migrants and illegal aliens. You can't do it. Look, we all have a heart. We don't like what's happening. But you know, when they allow them to come in, we have a border that, by the way, they don't talk about the border. Why don't you talk about the border anymore? The border is, for months, it's closed. Actually, their people, because they're radical left, their people, radical left, they rate the border and everything. You know how many people came into the border over the last 7 months? You know what it is? Zero. Except for the ones that came in legally, right? Legally. When Biden and congressional Democrats had power, they blew up our economy, sent prices soaring. Look, the poor guy, he didn't know what the hell was happening. Okay, I'm sorry. It wasn't him. It was the lunatics that circled. Yeah, it was the auto pen. You're right. I can't believe I didn't say that. I hate when you beat me to the punchline. I would not have said. Well, I'll tell you, I'll give the fake news a little breaking news. So I believe, and I may be correct, but we're checking this. We have a bad head of the Fed. We're going to be making a change. Fortunately, this guy's out. But we have 4 members appointed by Sleepy Joe Biden. Which is better, Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? Historically, when I've done polls, from people, I do my own polls. I go to a big arena, we have 20,000 people, I say, which you like, Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? And I learned, I save millions of dollars, I don't have to do any polling, okay? Typically, Crooked Joe wins. I'm surprised, because to me, he's a sleepy son of a bitch, who destroyed our country. If we didn't come along, and it's not me, it's all of us. If we didn't come along, this country was destroyed, I'll tell you. It would have been destroyed. But now Democrats in Congress want to take us straight back to the Bidenomics. They don't change. And I don't really talk about it because, for instance, I watched a congressman the other day on a television show. They were interviewing a Democrat. He was fighting like hell for men to play in women's sports, okay? And I was going to put something out. I was going to he's a well-known congressman. And I said, let's save it about 2 weeks before the election, right, David? We don't want to do it now. What the hell good does it do now? Let's save it for about 2 weeks because we don't want them to change. Just let them keep going. I think transgender for all is a great, great thing for the Democrats to be talking about. Transgender for every member in your family. If they're not feeling well that night, let's just change their sex. Now, let's not talk about it. Let them go and let them fight to get these things. I think open borders are great, where prisons are emptied into our country, right? Where people from all over the world being dumped into our country, the people that aren't wanted in their countries, by the way. I think that's a great, like Somalia. Welcome. Do we have any individuals from Somalia in the group? Please raise your hand. That's for Minnesota. That's called the Great Big Minnesota Scam with one of the dumbest governors ever in history. I love this Ilan Omar, whatever the hell her name is, with the little turban. I love her. She comes in, does nothing but bitch. She's always complaining. She comes from a country where, it's considered about the worst country in the world, right? They have no military, they have no nothing, they have no parliament. They don't know what the hell the word parliament means. They have nothing, they have no police. They police themselves, they kill each other all the time. I love it. She comes to our country, and she's always complaining about, the Constitution allows me to do this. We ought to get her the hell out. She married her brother in order to get in, right? She married her brother. Can you imagine if Donald Trump married his sister? Beautiful. She's a beautiful person. If I married my sister to get my citizenship, do you think I'd last for about 2 hours, or would it be something less than that? She married her brother to get in. Therefore, she's here illegally. She should get the hell out. Throw her the hell out. She does nothing but complain. So now, and we have our Savior in this room. His name is Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent. He's right there. Because that very handsome man, by the way, if you're picking the Secretary of the Treasury, is he like the perfect guy for a movie? He's made for the movie. Stand up, Scott. Look at him. No, he's central casting. He's central casting. But you don't, under that beautiful exterior is a killer. And here's what happened. He is in charge of the investigation of Somalia and the billions of dollars they have robbed from Minnesota, right? I hope you do your job. I hope you're not one of these Republicans where something comes up and they don't do what they should do because they're nicer people. You know, they're much nicer people than the Democrats, but Scott's actually not a nice person at all. So, Scott, you're in charge of that investigation? Okay, I'm not interfering at all. I'm just saying, please do a good job, honest and fair, right? Honest and fair. Oh, if he's honest and fair, you know what he's going to find? It's great. I'd love to have that job. They may switch jobs with you. I'd love to have that job. They ought to get him the hell out of here. They hate our country. And she hates our country. And her friends hate our country. And AOC hates our country. They all do. And we have a new candidate in the great state of Texas, where I won Texas by more votes than anybody. And you have to understand, I'm being judged by these bad people back there, the fake news. So anything I say that's slightly off, I get like headlines. Donald Trump exaggerated, or Donald Trump lied. They give me Pinocchios, Washington Post, a Pinocchio. They lie every day. They give me a Pinocchio. But think of this. If I make even the slightest mistake, what they do is they go after me. Everything I say is correct. We have now a new candidate. I won Texas by the largest vote in the history of Texas 3 times, okay? I love Texas. Just like I love Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Just like I love, honestly, every one of our states. I love all of our states. We've done so well. I love all of our states. What? By the way, is this a different country now than we had a year and a half ago? Right? What a difference. Crime is way down, despite the fact that we have many, bad people entered our country. Many of them are being taken out. Ultimately, they're all being taken out. Washington, D.C., we had a tragic incident, as you know, with the 2 incredible people. What a terrible thing that was just 2 weeks ago, right? Just a terrible National Guard, terrible thing. Sarah and Andrew. Sarah passed away. She's looking at us from heaven, from above, and she was killed almost instantly. They kept her alive. Her parents came from West Virginia, another great state. Her parents are incredible. They couldn't believe it. She was 20 years old, perfect. She was just getting a little promotion. They were so proud of her. She was on her way up, and she was shot in the head, the brain, shot in the head. They were able to keep her alive long enough for her parents to come in from West Virginia and say goodbye to her. And Andrew is the second one, who's also from West Virginia National Guard, incredible people. And so they were both from West Virginia. And his mother's named Monica. And Monica's the most positive person I've ever seen. The night that he was so badly hit and the doctors gave him almost no chance, I called their hospital room and spoke to her. And she said, sir, he'll be fine. Oh, no, I'm telling you, I'm praying. The whole country is praying. Sir, I'm telling you, don't worry about it. He's going to be fine. This is the mother talking to me. And the father's like devastated. He's an incredible guy too, both. And I went and invited them to the Oval Office, and they came in. She said, sir, he's fine. It was amazing, actually. And today, Monica, she said, we're all praying, and I'm praying. And then she called to say, sir, he moved his finger today. This is like 3 days later. He moved his finger. And today I got a call that he got up from bed. Do you believe that? He got up. He got up. Now, he didn't speak. He's not ready for that yet. He got hit in the head. But he got up, and boy, they're so happy. It's amazing. And the care that they've given him at the hospital, and the generals that have been there, the military that's been there, it's amazing. General Seward and others that, she said that the level of love that your military has given to my boy, and by the way, Sarah's parents said the same thing. The love and the affection and the care that they're given, they can't even believe what's happened. But Andrew stood up today, and people even can't believe it. So the mother was amazing, and let's hope it continues. Look, it doesn't get much worse than what he did. Let's hope it continues. But that's an act of terrorism. This is a guy came from Washington, state of Washington, came across the country, and he wanted to kill people with the uniform. A whack job. Isn't it crazy? Think of it. He was also very badly injured. And they're fighting to save his life so that we can give him the death penalty. How crazy is that, right? They're fighting to save his life so that we can give him the death penalty. That's the way it really should work, right? The doctors have to do their job, and then the lawyers have to do their job. But it's an amazing country. Actually, Andrew's father said that. He said, they're fighting for him. I hope they save him, sir, because I hope he has to understand what he did, how bad it is. And he's going to, I think he will be saved, actually. It looks like they will save him. He wasn't as badly hurt as Sarah or Andrew, but isn't it an amazing thing? They're working so hard to save his life, and we're going to put him up for the death penalty. Amazing, huh? Only in America. That's only in America. You know, in one way, there's something beautiful about it. In another way, it's a little crazy, right? In my first term, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. You know that. We had the greatest economy in history, even with the COVID. COVID came, and it really hurt the world. It was a gift from China, but China got hurt very badly, too. We're getting along with China. They're buying a lot of our soybeans. Keep buying those soybeans there. You know, you heard all about magnets and rare earth. They were great. I met with President Xi. Scott was with me, and we had a whole group. Marco was there, and Chris was there. We were all there, and we made incredible deals with China. We're getting along. Getting along is a good thing. You know, getting along is a good thing, not a bad thing. It's a smart thing, and they're buying literally trillions of dollars worth of our products and all of that. And we had a very good meeting. Remember, the whole world was going to shut down over rare earth. That was 2 months ago, and that worked out very well. It all works out well. If you have a smart president, it works out well. If you have a dummy, it doesn't work out. But we had a great economy. We had the greatest economy in our country's history, but we had what's called the greatest economy. This is the first term, probably ever, of any country. Now, in addition to that, we rebuilt our military. We got the biggest tax cuts ever. We got the biggest regulation cuts ever. We had the best job numbers. We had a great first term. Or frankly, to be honest with you, I wouldn't be standing here. Because if I had a bad first term, you know, you might say, I like him. He's really good. But we had a lousy first term. You're not going to vote. You voted for me because we had a great, despite all of the Russia bullshit, despite all of the impeachments, you know, think of it. The impeachments, all of the crap we had to go through with these crooked Democrats. They're crooked as you could be. They're bad people. They're sick people. But despite all of that, we had an amazing first term. Our second term is blowing it away. It's blowing it away. So we're doing it again, but bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. There's more work to do, but today, 22 states, we're setting 22 total. Is that right, Chris? That just came out, that statistic. We're down lower than we've been in 7 years in gasoline prices and oil prices, not just the 3 states that I talk about with $1.99 a gallon. How would you like to have $1.99? You know, that's the equivalent of a very major tax cut. You know, when you get the energy prices down, it's really the equivalent, maybe even in many cases better than a big tax cut, which we gave you. We gave you the biggest tax cut ever in the first term. We then gave you, with the great, big, beautiful deal, which is phenomenal. We gave you something that's even better than we did. We gave you an extension of the biggest tax cuts and the biggest tax cuts ever, even bigger than the first term. And that's one of the reasons that your 401ks are through the roof. It's one of the reasons that the stock market is at the highest point. So rent prices are down, dairy prices are coming down very strongly. The cost of Thanksgiving turkeys was down by 33% compared to the Biden era. You know what you did during the Biden era for Thanksgiving? You said, oh my God, this is terrible. It was a rotten Thanksgiving. And Walmart, I thank them. You know, they came out with a big, like sort of a numbers thing, a chart, and they had it 25% less. So that's pretty good. A Thanksgiving meal with all of the trimmings is 25% less under Trump than it was a year ago under Biden. That's a good start. We're bringing it down, and we're coming down more. We're coming down a lot more. Takes a little time to come down. They were ruining. They're going to destroy our country. The cost of a Christmas ham, what? Don't forget who? Eggs. I'm getting to eggs. But you're right. Remember with eggs where I had my first news conference. 2 days went by and I had a news conference, right? Unlike Biden, 2 years go by, he still didn't have it. Remember? He'd walk off the stage. He's finished with his, sir, you're finished with your speech now. What? You finished what? And then he'd walk into a wall. What he did, and it wasn't him, it was some really smart, radical left lunatics. What they did to our country, we can never forget. We can never forget. But you remember the first eggs? We remember the first 3 days. I just got there. Sure, what's these people? 2 of them are there, right there. Look at all those cameras you got. You got a lot of television going. 2 of them were there. And I'm talking about, yes, I look forward to getting involved and doing great things. What about eggs? Eggs are down. As they go, eggs. They said, the price of eggs is quadrupled. I said, oh, I didn't know that. Tell me about it. It's gone up like 4 or 5 times. Remember eggs right at the beginning? He's right when he says eggs. It went up like 4 times. It was like crazy. And they said, sir, don't buy. They came into the Oval Office. Sir, you know, we have an Easter egg hunt. It's like a thing for 150 years at the White House. Beautiful. They said, sir, we're going to buy plastic eggs this year. Plastic eggs. We don't have, enough eggs to go around for that. I said, you're going to buy regular eggs. And by the time Easter comes, we're going to have so many eggs, you're not going to know what to do. You're not buying plastic. And we didn't. And Brooke Rollins, our Secretary of Agriculture, did an incredible job. And eggs dropped like a rock. And we ended up buying a lot of eggs for a lot of... But the price of eggs is down now 80% since March. Think of that. And we have 2 price charts. Do you remember the last time I pointed to a chart? My all-time, I don't care what these charts say. My all-time favorite chart was the chart I had in Butler. I said, let's look at the chart. Bing, bing. I don't care how good that chart looks. It's shit by comparison to the one in Butler. It's nothing. I like the Butler chart. Remember, that was on how great employment was and all this, but I like it for other reasons. Look at that chart. It's good, but now I talk about the Butler chart, I don't even want to look at it. Doesn't mean anything. But look, Biden price increases and Trump price increases. Look at Biden. Up 37, 24%, 22, 21, 30.7, 30.7 again. 10.4%, 49%. Trump, the price is down 5.1, 4.2, 0.5, down 4%, 2 points, 2.9. Look at that, our prices are coming down. Their prices, it's a hoax. They're just, remember they said the Inflation Reduction Act, remember that? Billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. The inflation. And after they got it approved, because we had a few Republicans that went along with that whole hoax. And remember, we're going to pass the Inflation And I said, there's nothing to do with inflation reduction there. There's nothing to do with that. It had nothing to do with inflation either way, other than raising inflation, perhaps, because it was such a stupid. And then they admitted, they fought it like, oh no, this is inflation. After they got the thing passed, then they said, we agree, it has nothing to do with inflation. Screw you, we don't care. That's what it is. We're dealing with bad people. And the word affordability is the exact same thing. And I can't say affordability hoax because I agree the prices were too high, so I can't go to hoax because they'll misconstrue that. But they use the word affordability, and that's their only word. They say affordability, and everyone says, oh, that must mean Trump has high prices. No, our prices are coming down tremendously from the highest prices in the history of our country. And look at that chart. Let's see the next one. You have another one, I think, mortgage rates. Even with a lousy Fed chair. We have a lousy Fed chair. Oh, and by the way, it looks, you're going to have to check this, please. I just heard it could be that all 4 commissioners in the Fed signed by Biden, including Too Late. You know who Too Late is? Too Late, pal? Jerome Too Late. He's too late with his interest rates for a reason. He's a bad guy. He's not a smart guy, but he's a bad guy. Too Late. Is he going to lower rates a little bit finally? Did you see where Jamie Dimon, respected guy, said, you got to get the rates down, you schmuck, you know? But I hear that the auto pen may have signed those commissions. If they signed those commissions, now maybe I'm wrong, but we're going to check. Have you checked that? Are you hearing it? Who signed it? Did he sign it or did the auto pen sign it? I'm hearing the auto pen. You know, you can't use the auto pen unless it's very strongly authorized, and unless you show you know what the hell you're doing, which is impossible of him to show. So, I don't know. I think it's something we have to look into. You put people there that are not authorized to be there. I know I signed Chris Wright. I signed everything, but I signed Chris Wright. If I gave you an auto pen, they could throw you the hell out of here, Chris. The difference is they would do it, you know? We try and be too nice. No, would you check that, Scott, okay? Because I'm hearing that the auto pen could have signed maybe all 4, but maybe a couple of them. We'll take 2. So look at that, Biden. I love that laugh. Who's the woman with that great hearty laugh? That's a woman that likes Trump. That's not beautiful. Anybody can laugh with that happiness. She likes Trump. He likes Trump, too, with the hat. Yes, that's right. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. So, Biden, new yearly mortgage cost increases, and Trump, new yearly. Look, we went down with our rates. They went up with their rates much. That's a lot. So, with us, you save $2,900, almost $3,000. And with them, you go up, it costs you $15,000. You don't hear that because the fake news doesn't tell you that. And these are charts, these are government charts. These are not made up by Donald J. Trump. These are government charts. Do you have a third chart? Because I like these charts very much. Not as much as Butler, but I like them. You have any other charts? Because so far they're playing quite well. Oh, look at that. Real wages. Look at that. Losses and Trump real wages gains for the typical worker. Wow. I mean, that's incredible, right? So look at the amount of loss, 18.5, 106. What the hell is that all about? Is that even possible? Biden food, oh, I see. No, that's the eggs. You move that chart very quickly. I said, what's going on with that chart? That was Houdini did that. Because I was saying, boy, I really like the numbers having to do with real wages, but, you know, they played very well. But this plays very well, too. So, yeah, Biden food price increases, Trump. Look at that. Look at that. So ours are decreases, all decreases, and they're moving down good. But look at AIDS, 106%, and we got them down 15%. Look at those numbers. But you don't hear that from the fake news. You don't hear that. What do you think of that, David? I think we're going to have to do something. You know, we should impeach him, but he's gone. I guess we can't, right? By the way, if it were up to them, numbers like that, they would have impeached. Those numbers are terrible, and those are government numbers. So thank you very much, everybody. It's good. We have a couple of other charts we're going to show you, too, that are just terrible. We're also working to bring down the cost of health care. Obamacare is a scam. Under Obamacare, trillions of dollars were given directly to health insurance companies. Their stocks are up 1,700% in a very short period of time. Would you say that's good? Obamacare's primary purpose was to pay off insurance companies. You know, the insurance companies back the Democrats very heavily. I want to give billions of dollars directly to the people. I want to take all of the billions and billions, and actually trillions, but over a period of time. And I want to give all of that money we give to the big, fat, rich insurance companies. I don't want to give them nothing. I want to give nothing to the insurance companies. I don't want to give all, because they're sucking our country dry with this scam by the Democrats. That was Obama, and I've always said it, Obamacare, but now you see the numbers because your premiums are going up on Obamacare and everything. It's forcing everything up. But we want the money go directly to the people. We want you to go out and buy your own health insurance, and you'll get much better health insurance at a much lower cost. Everybody knows this is the best way to go, but the Democrats, they're bought and owned by the insurance companies. So let's see how many of them have the guts to vote for this. You know, we're putting in bills where all of that money, hundreds of billions of dollars, goes to the people to go out and buy your own health care. And everybody's different. Some are young people, some are older people. It's a much different, really, set of criteria. In 4 years under Biden, Democrats secured less than $1 trillion in new investments in our country. Think of that, though. And we've done in 10 months, we've set the all-time country record by many times. I'm going to get the exact numbers many times. 18, what are we over 18, right around 18 trillion? We could hit $20 trillion in the first year with 10 months, 18 trillion versus less than 1 trillion. And I'll tell you what, it was going to go down. If it wasn't going to be like even anything, it would have been negative because companies were pouring out of our country. The stock market is set 51, this is in less than 10 months. The stock market is set 51 all-time record highs. There's never been anything like that. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. It's set, think of that, it's set 51 all-time record highs in less than 10 months. That was as of about 3 weeks ago. Before I entered office, 100% of all new net jobs were going to migrant workers. Think of that. 100% of new jobs were going to migrant. These are government numbers, by the way. These are not Trump numbers. These are government numbers. Because they say, well, did Trump come up with these numbers? No, I didn't come up. I'm just... Migrant workers and illegal aliens got 100%. But since I took office, 100% of all net job creation has gone to American citizens. How about that? Now, how about that? Even I will give myself a hand. Now, think of it. 100% went to American citizens before 100% went to people that came into the country illegally. Again, many of them from prisons, many of them gang members, drug members, Tren de Aragua. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. That's why when they ask about the economy, you know, you have fake polls. How's Trump doing? You hear these numbers. How's Trump doing on the economy? I was interviewed by a very hostile group today. I said, why am I doing these people? They're hostile. But they were relatively fair because they can't be, I don't mind, I can be interviewed by anybody. Were you concerned if you're doing badly, you don't want to be interviewed by bad people, but they can't do anything to you because the numbers speak. It was Politico. I did an interview today. It was a good interview because they have no ammunition. The one person said to me, it's unbelievable. Our economy is unbelievable. There's never been anything, but the Democrats go out, prices are too high. Yeah, they're too high because they caused them to be too high. But now they're coming down. One of the most important ways we're defeating inflation is by unleashing American energy, including oil, gas, and clean, beautiful coal, right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Did you know I went to school in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, right? The great Wharton School of Finance. I love the Wharton School. Became a little liberal, but these are minor details. But the Wharton School, one of the greatest schools in the world. I went here and I loved it. I loved the school, and I love Philadelphia. Philadelphia's gotten a little rougher, but we're going to take it. And you have a great football coach, and you have a great running back, Saquon. You know, I got to know Saquon a little bit, and my hand will never be the same. I patted him on the back. I said, Saquon, let's go. You're my partner today. Let's go win. Because it was like I hit a piece of steel. I said, what the hell is with you, Saquon? He's good. But he's a better football player than he is a golfer, trust me. He's so strong. Those muscles are, but his football is great. His golf will be very good, very good. But we won our match. And you do have a great coach. I was with you, Coach. I got a little streak going here, but that'll change. But he's a great coach. Well, you won the whole deal, right? I got to know him last year when he came to the White House, and I said, this guy's he's a real leader. The players loved him. And you had some players that are just, really just fantastic guys. But you have a good football team. It's really good to watch. But for 4 long years, Biden and the Democrats tried to endlessly kill Pennsylvania energy jobs. They worked so hard to kill the jobs. They wanted wind all over the place, Let's go buy those windmills for millions of dollars each from China. Every time it goes around, you lose $15. Did you know that? That's on average. You're supposed to make money with energy. You're not supposed to lose money with energy. And everybody that's doing wind is in virtual bankruptcy right now. If you look at UK, I told he's a nice man, Starmer, Prime Minister. I said, you have a great energy source in the North Sea. Use it, or you're not going to be in office very long. Their energy prices, they're putting wind all over Scotland, all over the most beautiful fields in the world, Scotland. All over beautiful. Oh, we have some Scottish people here. Where the hell did you come from? We have Scottish people. But they're putting wind all over Scotland. The people are not thrilled with it. And it's costing them a fortune. They have the most expensive energy. And I said, I'm going to do you a favor. You could be there for a long time. Open up the North Sea oil. One of the greatest oil. And, they like to say, well, it's very well depleted. No. It's good for another 500 years, and they haven't even found most of it yet. And if you look at Norway, they have a section of the North Sea, which in theory isn't as vibrant, and it's a very rich country. They have a tremendous worth because of the North Sea. But UK has to, if they don't go back to oil, I think a lot of bad things are happening to Europe. That their immigration policies are so bad. Is so bad. They're destroying our beautiful Europe. I love Europe. They're destroying Europe, and they better do something. I'll give them just some free advice. I'm focused here, but I give them free advice. They better be careful, because immigration and energy are going to destroy Europe. On day 1, I ended the war on Pennsylvania energy. I just terminated something that was insane. And we all love Elon. Elon was up here campaigning, right? But I said, Elon, I think electric cars are great, but not everybody wants an electric car. And I ended the insane electric vehicle mandate, where everybody was supposed to have an electric car by the year like 2030 or some ridiculous year like that. It's just not going to be that way. I don't think it'll be some like hybrids, some going to like gasoline powered. I mean, the nice thing about gasoline is we have 2,000 years worth of we have more gasoline, we have more oil and gas than any country anywhere in the world. Is that right? And they want us to go to batteries. Let's go to batteries. We don't have battery content. So let's go to batteries, according to these morons that were in our country. Let's not use oil and gas, which we have more than any country in the world. Let's go to batteries. Well, we have to go to the Congo and get it from China. But I actually stopped the war with Congo and Rwanda, and they said to me, please, please, we would love you to come and take our minerals, which we'll do. But I stopped the Green New Scam. It's a total scam. And, you know, we had, they used to call it global warming. Then they called it 15 other things, and none of them worked. So they came up with climate change, remember? Climate change. Because you can't go wrong with climate change if it goes up. Remember, global warming, and then the temperature started going down like a rock. Remember? Remember? We had global warming, and they sent that big, beautiful ship with all scientists on it, and it went into deepest Alaska. It went up through the ice. And the global warming, it was getting so warm, except unfortunately they had a bad few weeks. It got so cold that the ice just crushed the ship. We had to take those poor bastards out by helicopter. The scientists, they said, one guy was petrified of helicopter. He said, I have a choice, go down in the ice with the ship or go in a helicopter. He chose the helicopter, he made it. But we have a very simple policy, right, Chris? Drill, baby, drill. We have a simple policy. And natural gas production is booming. Coal mining is up by 2.4 million tons a month. And we're also reviving Pennsylvania manufacturing. And with our historic tariffs, steel production is roaring back. We're building steel mills all over the country. And U.S. Steel is coming back at a level never thought possible before. And I was up. And I was up here and with the workers and with Selena. Do you know Selena? Does everybody know? And with some other people. We were up with some great people, and we spent the whole day, and they were determining whether or not they want to make which one of the deals. I went to the workers. I said, which one do you like? We picked the right one. As I said before, billions of dollars they're spending. And the steel workers are doing phenomenally better. I think you're going to do better than you've ever done before. You were losing all of your steel. If we didn't have tariffs, you would have no steel. We wouldn't have one steel mill anywhere in the United States. And that would be really bad for, Scott, national security. We need, the one thing you need steel. You know, you can give up certain products. You can give up pencils. Because under the China policy, you know, every child can get 37 pencils. They only need one or two, you know. They don't need that many. But you always need steel. You don't need $37 for your daughter. 2 or 3 is nice, but you don't need $37. So we're doing things right. We're running this country right. We're also putting thousands of dollars in the pockets of hardworking Pennsylvanians with the largest tax cuts in American history. That's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, no tax. And all of that kicks in on January 1st. You know, it hasn't kicked in yet. I mean, we're doing great, and it hasn't kicked in yet, and it's amazing. And it's one of the reasons they said, sir, would you mind going on the trail? And I actually like it, you know. I have fun. I haven't read practically anything off the stupid teleprompter. And then my speechwriters they're getting awards for some of the finest speeches, and I haven't even read them. And the award for the finest writer in the history of speechmaking, Ross. Where are you, Ross? Are you here, Ross? Where the hell is Ross? Ross, are you here? Look, first time I've ever introduced him. Ross, get over here. I got it. He's a young, handsome man. He's the greatest. Thank you, Ross. Very low-key guy. Thank you. Look at Ross. He's so shy. I can't believe it. We're joined today by Donna Zajac, a mom and a waitress of over 45 years who lives in Stroudsburg. Does everybody know where Strouds? I know where it is. Because of no tax on tips, Donna estimates she will keep hundreds of additional dollars every single month, and she'll put all of that money toward her daughter's dream of becoming a veterinarian. That's a good, right? A good thing. Are you here, Donna? Where's Donna? Oh, come on up, Donna. Come on. Come on. You want, say a few words. Look how beautiful she is. She stood up. She wasn't supposed to come up, but when I looked at her, I said, come on up, Donna. Look how beautiful she is. You're not allowed to say that anymore. You know, in politics, if you say somebody's beautiful, that's the end of your political career. I say, I don't care. I don't care. Come on up, Donna. Say a few words.
What do you want me to say?
Yeah, just say whatever. This is always dangerous.
Thank you, Trump. Thank you to President Trump for having me. This is like my sister dream, but I love you too. My sister Ann loved you too. But yes, with that money, that would help me with my daughter's tuition. Yes.
Make it great.
Make it a lot easier.
Big difference.
For
right?
sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
We love it.
Donna.
Thank you. Thank you.
A star is born. That's all I say. A star is born. Is your sister here? Is your sister here, Donna? Are you? Oh, hello. How are you? Good family. Well, thank you. Thanks, Donna. That's beautiful. Also with us is Marine Corps veteran Sean Downey, who now serves as a firefighter and a local first responder. Sean worked over 400 hours of overtime. That's a lot. And thanks to no tax on overtime, he'll take home thousands of dollars extra, which he plans to use to buy a first home. And thank you. Where's Sean? Good, Sean. Good. So you're going to use that money well, right? That was not an easy one to get approved. You know, it all went through Congress. I had to really push hard. I was not nice. I was not nice to get you that money, but you're going to use that money to get a house, right? A first house? Good. Well, you have a great future. Thank you very much. And here as well is Megan Hemhauser from Cresco, Pennsylvania. Megan's husband works 10 to 15 hours of overtime a week operating heavy equipment while she bartends and waits tables at night and homeschools her two children during the day, getting more and more prevalent. Homeschooling getting more and more, it's happening. That's okay, it's good. But thanks to no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, more than a quarter of their income will be tax-free. Megan, do you want to come up? Come on, Megan. Come on up.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you so much. As President Trump said, I'm a mom, a wife. I homeschool my two brilliant children. And the no tax on tips is incredible. No tax on overtime is incredible for my husband. And it all comes back to our family. It saves us, and it's for the future of our children. And it's been such a blessing to be home with them and to have them here with me tonight. And thank you for everything, President.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see that. I want to show that. You know what's great? So she had these notes, right? Not notes, it's a speech. She never even looked at it. She was great. It's much better when you don't have to read it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. So I just thought, great job. That's a great job.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's great. Never looked at the notes. She never looked at those notes. That's pretty cool. I have a lot of professionals sitting right here. They'll get up and read a speech. but Megan didn't have to do that. Another key part of our tax cuts is known as Trump accounts. Under this new program, the federal government will be creating an investment savings account for every single newborn American child with $1,000 to be invested and grow over the course of their life, right at the beginning of birth. Friends, family, employers, and loved ones will be able to add thousands of dollars a year, and it's like a trust fund for every American child. It's going to be something, and it's really exciting. And I want to thank Michael Dell and his beautiful Dell computer. Go out and buy a Dell computer. He got it started. He put up $6.25 billion. And he started with nothing. Think of that. And he just put that up, $6.25 billion. Michael Dell, thank you wherever you may be. Michael is probably in Texas watching us right now. And his beautiful wife, they're a great couple. His wife is incredible. Every single Democrat in Congress voted against these unbelievable benefits for American families. Why would you vote against? Money is being put up, big money is being put up. And you know, these kids, when they get to be 18, 20, 21, 30, 35 years old, they could have $100,000, $200,000, and they're going to be rich. I mean, they're going to feel rich, and they're going to be watching it grow, and they may be helping it grow. Who knows? You never know. But it's going to teach them. It's going to be a great thing. This was Michael and some other people's ideas. They wanted to do this, and they spoke with their wallet, too. They put up a tremendous amount of money. So I just want to thank Michael Dell, his wife and family, and everybody else that was with us the other day. It was a big day, and it's a big event. But we're joined today by some of your representatives who voted to put more money in your pockets. And these are great people. And I introduced David. I'm going to ask him to stand up again, because David McCormick is a really great man in the truest sense. He won a race, you know. He really did well the first time too, but some bad things happened, right? And very few people are willing to do that again. And to be honest, if he would have lost, I know his wife, she's a beautiful woman, extremely into the social scene, but respected by everybody. She would have left him if he lost. And I told him that. Dina would have left him. She's that way. Hey, we can't help it. That's the way she is. So I said, David, you're taking a big risk if you run again, because if you lose twice, your wife is leaving you. And he wasn't worried. Stand up. David McCormick. Yeah. He was so great. He followed me every single time I spoke. He was there, and he got up and he'd speak. And I'll tell you, we had big crowds, David, and the audience listened to you. In fact, they liked him more than they liked me in some cases. I was thinking about, let's keep him off the stage. But they really loved you. And you've been a great senator. And you have a great wife. Thank you very much. Thank you. And a congressman who's been a warrior, and a couple of guys that have just been unbelievable. But Rob Bresnahan, would you stand up, Rob? What a job you're doing, huh? Young, handsome, central casting. Great job. Thank you very much, Rob. Great job. And another one. These are warriors, these two guys. But the three of them. And then you have the senator, but the three of them. Ryan McKenzie. Ryan, thank you. And it's hard for me to explain how hard they work, but they were working so hard, getting that big, beautiful bill. I call it the great, big, beautiful bill passed. You know, that was supposed to be in 17 bills. And I actually said it because I'm not that experienced. I haven't been doing it that long, believe it or not. I haven't been doing this. I had one man, he was a congressman, and we had a big meeting, and he was telling us all how to do something. And I said, I disagree with that. He said, sir, I've had 22 races, and I've won 20 of them. I know what I'm doing. And I said, sir, I've had 3 races, and I've won all 3 of them. And mine was for president. And he said, all right, you got me on that. He's actually a good man. He got a little carried away one day. But that's because these guys wanted to do it my way, too. So we had 17 bills prepared, Dan Muser, right? Stand up, Dan. What a great guy. Stand up, Mrs. Muser. Dan is he's a very powerful congressman, but he's a great person, great man. All three of these guys, they're warriors, and your senators, very few people that I've ever met that would take that risk. It was a risk. You know, it takes guts to run for public office, right? It takes guts. A lot of guys talk, including me. I talked about this for a long time before I did it. It takes courage to run for any public office because, you can be very embarrassed. You can ruin your life. Look at me. I got impeached. I got indicted. I was never going to be impeached, indicted. I get indicted like 87 times with these stupid... See, they should have indicted me once. They would have had a better chance. With all of the I used to get up. It was very important. I'd get up and say, here we go again. Ladies and gentlemen, I got indicted again. And nobody believed the whole thing. And then I'd explain it, and it turned out to be a hoax. It was a total hoax. They're very, very bad, very, very bad people. But Dan Muser has been a great congressman. He was thinking about running for governor. I think you would have won if you ran, but, in a selfish way, I like you in Washington even better. So I want to thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. That's even more important. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks as well to Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, and Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. You guys have been great. Thank you. I introduced them, but I want to introduce because they have been so good. A major factor that fueled inflation under Biden was the invasion of 25 million people. Think of this, 25 million people came into our country totally unchecked and unvetted, mostly across our southern border. 10 months ago, we inherited the worst border in the history of the world, and now we have the strongest border in the history of our country. We've never had a border that strong. And people don't talk about it. You notice they don't talk about it. When I was running, it was the biggest thing. And before I was running, that's all they talked about, the border, the border, the border. And now I fixed it. Nobody wants to talk about it. Even my people, they say, sir, don't put it in your speech. Why? Because nobody cares about the border. You fixed it. No, but you know how bad that is? Because they forget what you did. We had a border that was so bad. Everybody, criminals, everybody pouring into our country. Anybody. The Congo, I just settled that war. The Congo, their entire prison population was set into our country. Venezuela, their entire prison population was dumped into our country. And now we have the tightest border we've ever had. We have one of the strongest borders anywhere in the world. I would say there's one country that has probably a stronger border. You know what that is? You know what that is? North Korea. North Korea, I think, has a stronger border. But other than North Korea has 7 walls of wire, and each of them has 1 million volts of electricity going through it. So if you get over one, you're dead for the next one. If you get over one, you're in very bad shape. If you get over 2, you've set a record. So I don't know, Scott, I think we give North Korea the safest border, don't you agree? But ours is pretty safe. And I want to thank Pete Hegseth and the military for helping us. And again, for 7 months in a row, we've had 0 illegal aliens that have been admitted to the United States, and nobody. Do you remember when Biden said, I need legislation to do that? And I said, no, all you need is a new president. I didn't get legislation. Right? Scott, did I get legislation? I said, close the freaking border right now. And they did it. Because our Border Patrol is incredible. ICE is incredible. That ICE, poor ICE, they take a lot of abuse, but they're the toughest people. And again, Washington, D.C. now we had the tragedy, which was a terrorism tragedy, but we have Washington, D.C., the safest it's been in 52 years. Think of that. And a year ago, you couldn't walk down a street in Washington, our nation's capital, and now restaurants are booming, restaurants are opening. The restaurants were all closing. Now the restaurants are opening. You can't get into a restaurant in Washington, D.C. Biden and the radical left Democrats turned Pennsylvania into a dumping ground for hundreds of thousands of migrants from the most dysfunctional places on earth, like Somalia, and gave them billions and billions of your taxpayer dollar. But we didn't really give it. It was stolen. And those people should go to jail. Jail. And if they don't go to jail, Scott Bessent is toast. He's toast. I'll tell you, that could be the easiest case. I think it's too easy for you. Just give it to your assistants. They can do that case. These people are crooks. They don't work. 91% unemployment, okay? It's a scam, and it's headed up by the crooked Congresswoman. Whatever happened to her brother, by the way? Is he still around? Where is he? Yeah, he went low. He went low. He's not happy. Would you look into him too, Scott? Would you find out the brother, please? She said, "How dare you say that about me? It's discrimination." Let me tell you, black people love Trump. I got the biggest vote. I got the biggest vote with black people. They know a scam better than anybody. They know what it is to be scammed. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. We did great. Thank you. I like this guy. Thank you. We got a tremendous black vote. We got a tremendous Hispanic vote. We got a tremendous, because we speak the truth. They get it. Everybody gets it. Everybody, pretty much everybody gets it. And they know we're the real deal. Our country's become so strong in such a 10 months. Think of it. It's not even a year. It's like, if we keep going like this, I don't know if we can do that. But if we keep going like this, there'll be nothing ever in history like it. Already, they are saying better than Lincoln, better than Washington, better than anybody. The best 10 months ever in the history of the presidency. And for the first time in 50 years, we now have reverse migration, which means more jobs, better wages, and higher income for American citizens, not for illegal aliens. And you know what? We all have a heart. We want to take care of people. But these people are getting killed on the walk up. They're dying. They're dying. They have to go through jungles. We don't realize this. They are going through areas that are not it's not possible to get through some of the areas. They're going through jungles down in the Central America, South America, some of these areas with snakes, with crocodiles and alligators. They're getting just eaten, and they're getting beat up by some of the bad people. Women are being raped. Remember when I started, I said, we're going to stop the raping. And women in those caravans, a name conceived of by me, because it's a caravan, thousands of people, 10, 15, 20,000 people coming up. The women in those caravans are being raped in unprecedented numbers by other people in the caravans. By them not coming, they're not even trying to come now because they know they can't get through. We're doing a tremendous service because they're not being killed and they're not being raped and they're staying back in their country where they've been. And they've been taken care of. I've also announced a permanent pause on third world migration, including from hellholes like Afghanistan, Haiti, Somalia, and many other countries. I didn't say shithole, you did. Remember I said that to the senators they came in? The Democrats. They wanted to be bipartisan. So they came in and they said, this is totally off the record. Nothing mentioned here. We want to be honest because our country was going to hell. And we had a meeting. And I say, why is it we only take people from shithole countries, right? Why can't we have some people from Norway, Sweden, just a few? Let us have a few. From Denmark. Do you mind sending us a few people? Send us some nice people. Do you mind? But we always take people from Somalia, places that are a disaster, right? Filthy, dirty, disgusting, ridden with crime. The only thing they're good at is going after ships. But they don't go after our ships. You know why? Because that same missile that knocks the crap out of them, that with the drug dealers from Venezuela and others. That same missile, think of it, from hundreds of miles away, we have the greatest military, we have the greatest equipment, we make the greatest equipment in the world. I bought more equipment. We rebuilt the military in the first term. Then Stupid Joe gave a lot of it to Afghanistan, but it was a lot, but relatively little. But we're still adding to it a lot. But I'll tell you what, I'm looking at this big tough guy with the red hat on. I like that guy. But stand up, let me just see what you look like. Nobody's gonna mess with him. Okay, he's central casting. Thank you very much, very good. I see he's enjoying it. I like people that enjoy things because you got to smile about this whole thing. But that same missile system that hits the center of everyone. Remember, every boat that gets hit, we don't want to do that, but every boat that gets hit, we save 25,000 American lives, every boat. And when you view it that way, you don't mind. But we have that same system aimed at Somalia, and if they go and want to raid our ships, and not our ships, worldwide shipping, you know, they used to go and take the ships. When one or two of them get hit, they say, we'll pass. So we've cut down drugs, 94% coming in from sea. 94, right? 94%, Muser. 94%, Muser. That's pretty good. We're trying to figure out who the hell are the other 6%. They're finding it very hard to get people to navigate those waters. The problem is nobody wants to go fishing anymore either. They don't want to get in boats. They don't want anything to do with boats. I think we've destroyed the boat market. Other than that, it's been very effective. We've cut it down 96%. Think of that. And now we're going to do land because the land is much easier and it's even more prevalent. If you don't share our values, contribute to our economy, and assimilate into our society, then we don't want you in our country. We don't want you. I mean, Ilhan Omar and the people from Somalia, they hate our country. And they think we're stupid people, which actually, when they allow that to happen, they are. That's headed by Governor Walz, one of the dumber people around. No, but think of it. He's given not like peanuts, billions. These are people that don't work in their own country. Their own country's a failure. They have no money there. And yet they come into our country and steal tens of billions of dollars. How stupid are we to allow that to happen? They can't earn 10 cents in their country. They come over here and rob. Are we that easy? Are we that easy to allow a thing like that to happen? That's up to you. And look at what's going on in North Carolina. We have a big Senate race. We have a fantastic man, Michael Whatley, running as a Republican, head of the Republican Party. Won elections, won the presidential election for us. He's running against a governor who's a radical left lunatic. And Michael should win. I don't know. It's hard. You beat a two-term governor, but the governor didn't do a good job. But what's happening in North Carolina? Two of the most vicious murders that anyone's ever seen in Charlotte. And it's all run by the Democrats. What's going on there? The young lady from Ukraine, you saw that one where a guy from behind just cut her throat on tape. Can't even watch it. What's going on in North Carolina? You need a Republican running that, and you've got to have a Republican senator elected. If you don't, and Michael Whatley's running, he's going to be great. So we have people from North Carolina here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be wasting so many words, you know. It's a Senate race, but you agree with me, I think, Mr. Senator, right? Together, we've achieved more in less than 1 year than most other administrations have achieved in 8 years. And we're restoring law and order to our cities, backing the men and women of law enforcement. I love law enforcement. And standing with the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol. We've ended political correctness in our military. We've renamed the Department of Defense into the Department of War. I said to Pete, you know, Pete's a tough cookie, and I said to Pete, I used to do interviews with him, and all he wanted to talk about was the military. I said, this guy's great, smart guy, great education, great everything. The press gave him a hard time, real hard time, but he's really proven to be very, very good, very, very strong. Young, strong, smart. We have Raisin Cain, the great general who knocked out ISIS for us in 4 weeks. Raisin Cain, they said it was going to take, right? They said it was going to take 5 years, sir. Or, sir, it'll take 5 years. He said, sir, I can do it in 4 weeks. Did it in 3 weeks. Knocked out ISIS. He did a hell of a job in knocking out the Iran nuclear capability. We knocked out the Iran nuclear capability. Now compare that to Jimmy Carter, the Democrats. Well, he was a nice man, but he was. But we don't really want a nice man. You want to have somebody that's capable. You know, they were talking about Greg Gutfeld. He's a very good guy. Greg Gutfeld, very good guy. But Greg Gutfeld he didn't like me very early in his, he didn't like me. I don't know, he just didn't like me. And it was all right, but, you know, it's okay, I'll live with it. Then all of a sudden he started saying, you know, I don't like this guy, but everything he says, he gets it done. And you know, then he gone on a couple of months later and he started going like, I'm starting to like that guy better. Every damn thing he says, he gets it done. And it's all really good, common sense, tough stuff. I've never seen anything like it. Everything he says, he gets done. And then he started to really like me. And then we did an interview. It was supposed to be a 10-minute interview. It lasted for 2 hours. There was a good chemistry. And he did 5 shows, all 5 shows that week. And he got the highest ratings that anyone's ever gotten in that time slot. And he became legendary. I'm happy for him. But there was something. But he said, during the process, he said, so would I rather have a guy as president who was really a nice guy who I liked, or a guy who I can't stand that gets everything done and turns our country into a great country again? And he was smart. It was a very interesting process, but he's a great guy. He's doing really well. Totally dominates the late night. Totally dominates against those morons that they have at the other. Kimmel, what bad people? In 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Kosovo, Serbia, Pakistan and India. They were going at it. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia. You didn't know about that. Armenia and Azerbaijan. And I hate to say this, one named Cambodia, Thailand, and it started up today. Tomorrow I'll have to make a phone call, and I think they'll get it. Who else could say, I'm going to make a phone call and stop a war of 2 very powerful countries, Thailand and Cambodia? They're going at it again. But I'll do it. So we're making peace through strength. That's what we're doing. We've cut federal funding for any school that pushes critical race theory or transgender insanity. No more money. We banned the chemical, surgical mutilation of children. Think of this. Can you imagine if you were up here 15 years ago? We have banned the chemical mutilation of children. They'd say, this guy's crazy. We actually had to ban it. But think, can you imagine that? Or I have stopped men from playing in women's sports. They'd say, this guy's crazy. Men don't play in women's sports. Stop men. Well, that's another thing. We stopped men from playing in women's sports, and we're restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley in beautiful Alaska. And I renamed the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America. So in conclusion, from the shipyards of Philadelphia to the steel mills of Pittsburgh, these are great places. Maybe some of you don't even realize it, you know. You get used to it a little bit too much sometimes, but these are great places. From the union halls of Scranton to the kitchen tables of millions of Pennsylvania families, we're bringing prosperity and pride surging back to this magnificent Commonwealth. We're bringing it surging back. You're hot. Our country's hot and you're hot. Together, we're repairing 4 years of disaster by the radical left Democrats in Congress and by the worst president in the history of our country. He is. I mean, it's not a question about that. He's just the worst president in the history of our country. The damage thank you very much, the damage he's done to our country is something we can never forget. After just 10 months, our border is secure, our spirit is restored, inflation is stopped, wages are up, prices are down, our nation is strong, America is respected again, and the United States is back. All these people, right? All these all of my friends right up here. Every single, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. He looks like The Rock. You look like The Rock. Stand up. Let me see what you look like. Yeah, look at that. The Rock would be very happy with that look. Every single day of this administration, we will keep on working for the hard-working American citizens, people that love our country. We will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. And with your help, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you. We love you, Pennsylvania. Merry Christmas.
Okay, I can't play YMCA, but we'll watch President Trump dance to YMCA. That was President Trump speaking. He spoke for about an hour and 36 minutes, give or take. So that was quite one of his longer speeches lately. Well, actually, one of his longer rally speeches as rally speeches go. But he hadn't, according to Jonathan Martin, the last speech like this he gave was July 3rd. It'd been about 5 months since he actually talked about it during the speech. He said we hadn't given a speech in a while. So this was like a rally speech. It was I guess according to the reporting and according from what was coming, according from everything I had seen, it was the focus was going to be on the economy. And I mean, you can see the sign, the big signs say lower prices, bigger paychecks. And there was certainly stuff about the economy, but there was it was kind of a lot about everything, a lot of different topics. So we'll watch President Trump as he exits. I want to hear from you what you had to say. We're going to read some comments from you about what you thought of the speech. What did you think? We will watch President Trump walk out as he is walking out. We'll do that. He's walking out now. All right, he's going to say thank you. So I want to hear from you. Post in the chat what you thought of the speech, and I'm going to read some comments from you guys. Also going to give you an update on the Miami mayor's race. The first thing I have to do before reading your comments real quick is this is a sponsored broadcast. I really appreciate our sponsor, Gold Safe Exchange. So let's hear a quick message about our sponsor, and then as soon as that message ends, I'm going to read some of your comments about what you thought of the speech. A number of people these days are investing in gold, silver, and other precious metals as a way of diversifying their portfolio. If you're interested in purchasing some precious metals, one way you can do that is with a precious metals IRA. This is an IRS-approved type of IRA in which your savings are invested into gold or other precious metals. If that kind of thing sounds interesting to you, if you want to know more, you can reach out to the folks at Gold Safe Exchange. They specialize in gold IRAs and other precious metals IRAs. Gold Safe Exchange puts a priority on customer service and transparency. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They have a price match guarantee. If you find a lower quote, they'll beat it. And they explain their processes in clear language so their clients know what's happening with their money. Also, they abide by all government security and safety standards. So if you're even a little interested in opening a gold IRA or other precious metals IRA, call Gold Safe Exchange at 800-341-6727 for a no-pressure chat. Or visit them on the web at goldsafeexchange.com/agenda-free. And mention Agenda-Free TV when you reach out to access a special offer where you could get free gold or silver with qualifying purchases. All right, let's take some comments from you. What did you guys think of President Trump's speech? He spoke for about, I want to say about 96 minutes. So let me take some comments from you guys. B. Shep thought it was another great speech as usual. Let's see here. Holstrand says good speech as usual. Let's see. One of our viewers said he's campaigning less than 1 year into his term. Interesting stuff. Russland says he's officially in campaign mode. Recently, his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, said he's going to be campaigning like it's 2024. Hi Lamont says it was pure comedy. Mystical Whim says fantastic and uplifting. Stan Benner said anything about jobs numbers. There was some stuff about the economy. His general take seemed to be about the economy. One of his big general takes was he says that the high prices were caused by Democrats and we're fixing it. That's what he says. Let's see. Always Chasing the Rain says it was interesting. Let's see. Hasselhoff said thumbs down. Let's see here. Gary Bain said he riled up the crowd. There was a little bit of profanity in the speech. There was there. Sometimes there is. There definitely was on several occasions. Let's see. But it certainly did feel, it definitely felt like one of the rally speeches. Arian Rabiel says, great speech. Oh, by the way, a quick thanks for your support. Bez from Oz, John Venturini, Goal 622, Sevenfold, Ranch Dressing, Can I Pet That Og, Spicy Tuna Roll, Louis R., X Chocolate Angel, Choatikin, and I Am Charlie. Thank you. I appreciate your support. Also, Notorious Rob on Twitch, Lou Remix, Graphic Content, Who Shot JR, thank you, and Billy Joe. Toolman Tim gave a sub to Billy Joe. Thanks to Toolman Tim. All right, let me read some more comments from you. What did you guys think about the speech? Jonathan's Back says, thinks that Trump ruined the economy. Wait till after New Year's when the stock market crashes. That's what Jonathan's Back thinks. Kiev thinks he's so unprofessional. Matt Swain says, this speech puts to bed any question about Trump's vitality and lays blame for economy squarely on the Democrats. Ventura Highway says, good to know he's fixing it. Wake me up when he does. Now, he's supposed to be doing a bunch of these appearances in 2026. Supposedly, but there's a bunch more coming. Let's see here. Mason thinks next year the economy is going to explode and grow. It's not going to grow. The economy is going to explode and grow. Chaz Martin said it felt like the usual Trump speech. Salty Widow says, I have anxiety every time I go grocery shopping. By the way, speaking of the economy, we will be covering here tomorrow live coverage of the Fed rate announcement. I think the general thinking is it's more likely than not that they will announce a rate cut tomorrow, the Fed. But we'll have to see what happens. We'll have Jerome Powell will be giving a news conference tomorrow. So we'll be covering that. I'll probably come on around noonish or so. It just depends on when everything gets started. But we'll definitely be covering the Fed interest rates decision and Jerome Powell's news conference about it tomorrow. So that's the plan. I hope you can join tomorrow. Yes, as one of our viewers said, too late. President Trump once again referred to Powell as too late tonight and had more criticism for Powell, who he thinks should lower the rates more. Daniel Utah says, I would never let my kids watch Trump. I think by him, Daniel means Trump. Maybe the swearing. Let's see here. Read some more comments from you guys. Our viewer, Raisback, says, stump speech that never ends. Oh, Miami mayor. Let me show you something about the Miami mayor race. Now, I don't know how nationalized this was. Mayor races are often very localized, guys. But let me show you the results for the Miami mayor. A Democrat won the mayorship in Miami, I think for the first time in around 30 years. So here's, hey, we have the Decision Desk HQ Votes platform. The Decision Desk HQ Votes dashboard. We have this for you. There it is. So there are the numbers in Decision Desk HQ. Eileen Higgins winning with 59 points. I don't know how many are left. Is that everything? I don't have a total number. I'll have to look and see. But 59.5% for Democrat Eileen Higgins and 40.5% for Republican Emilio Gonzalez in Miami. So Eileen Higgins, the projected winner. Hold on a moment here. The one thing I don't have is what percentage of the votes are in. I'd like to have that. Oh, well, no. Miami-Dade County, I'm looking here. I can't even find it. Well, anyway, she's been widely projected as the winner. It's interesting that, oh, hold on. Let's see here. Where is it? Oh, it's 100% reporting. Hey guys, this is 100% reporting. I just saw that. NBC Miami says, so this is all the votes. The votes are all in. The votes are all in. So let me tell you a little more about this. Hold on a second. I'll show you something about this Miami race, some background for you. But I think it's the first, I think she might be the first female mayor ever in Miami and the first Democrat in 30 years. But again, I don't know how non-localized that was. Hey, look, Democrat elected mayor in Miami for first time in nearly 3 decades. Reuters says Democrat Eileen Higgins became the first member of her party in nearly 3 decades elected mayor of Miami, defeating a Republican backed by President Trump in a Hispanic majority city in the heart of his Florida stronghold. She's a former Miami-Dade County commissioner. An officially nonpartisan local contest that normally draws little attention across the country, the Miami mayor's race this year was elevated to national prominence as a key electoral test of voter sentiment in Trump's political backyard. Higgins' decisive win, says Reuters, adds to the momentum Democrats gained in a flurry of election victories last month that dimmed Republican prospects for maintaining Trump's monopoly over Congress in the 2026 midterm elections. It also sharpens Republican concerns about whether Hispanic support that Trump peeled away from Democrats in 2024 has since faltered. She is the first Democrat to win Miami's mayoral race since 1997, when Javier Suarez who was the father of the outgoing Republican incumbent Francis Suarez, was last elected. She also becomes the first woman ever and the first non-Hispanic candidate since the 1990s to be elected mayor of Miami, a prominently Hispanic city of roughly 487,000 people. Now, Reuters says Tuesday's results suggest Republican strength has softened in Miami-Dade, where the Miami Herald says many historically left-leaning Hispanic voters moved to Trump's camp last year as they did nationally, helping him amass 55% of the overall Miami-Dade County vote in the 2024 presidential race. Neither Higgins nor the Republican Gonzalez, a former city manager and retired U.S. Army colonel, started out running an overly partisan campaign. Neither of them started out running an overly partisan campaign, but their showdown took on national overtones in the aftermath of Democrats' triumphs in a slew of off-year elections last month, including New Jersey and Virginia gubernatorial races, New York City's mayoral election, and redistricting referendum in California. So Trump on November 17th posted on Truth Social saying to Miami voters, get out and vote for Emilio. He will never let you down. But Reuters says at the bottom, extrapolating national or even statewide political trends from local races can be fraught. They say another Democratic non-Hispanic woman, Daniela Levine Cava, has been mayor of Miami-Dade since 2020 and was Miami-Dade County and was reelected last year, even though Trump carried the county in the White House race. Yeah, so I don't know. I haven't been following this race closely, and I don't know to what degree this race was nationalized or not. I mean, mayoral races tend to be localized races, so I don't feel like I'm in a position to draw great conclusions from it. It's interesting, though. Oh, hold on a moment here. It's a pretty sizable victory, though, about roughly 60-40. Here's another headline here. Democrat wins Miami mayoral race for first time in nearly 30 years. There she is, Eileen Higgins. Now, she did during her campaign, according to AP, she spoke frequently in the Hispanic majority city about Trump's immigration crackdown, saying she has heard of many people in Miami who were worried about family members being detained. She campaigned as a proud Democrat, despite the race being officially nonpartisan, and beat Trump-backed candidate Emilio Gonzalez. After her victory speech, she told Associated Press, "We are facing rhetoric from elected officials that is so dehumanizing and cruel, especially against immigrant populations. The residents of Miami are ready to be done with that." Now, AP does say the local race is not predictive of what may happen at the polls next year. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I have no idea. But it drew attention from the two national political parties and their leaders. Interesting. But again, so make of that what you will, but Democrat Eileen Higgins winning 59.5% of the vote in Miami. And then, hang on a moment here. One of our viewers just mentioned this race. This is a Georgia State House race. And this is a state race. This is not like a national House race. And one of our viewers said Gisler took the lead. So This is a state house district that last year, according to Greg Bluestein, last year the Republican won this district by 61 to 39. So this would be an update if the Democrat won this seat. This is a state house district. Also, this is I guess let me look it up there. I'm reading that this is I believe a Trump plus 12 district. I have not been following this race, so I don't know to what degree this race is just a local race or how much it might have been nationalized. I don't know. Let me see if I can find some commentary on it. This is the District 121 in Georgia. Yes, so in the election for this seat in 2024, now what happened? Did somebody step down? Is that what happened here? Yeah, I think this was a special. Was there a special election? There was an election for this seat in 2024 in November, and the Republican won that, who's a different Republican, Marcus Wydower. He won in November of 2024 by 61 to 39%, basically. And he defeated Gisler. Gisler was running the Democrat in 2024, and he lost 61 to 39. And right now at this moment, according to a Decision Desk HQ, Gisler is winning by 1.8%. I'm just hearing about this, though, so I'll check and see if I can get you any more on this. If I'm aware of any kind of big Republican updates, I'll let you know as well. Yeah, this is a Trump plus 12 district. The voting site VoteHub, I guess the Decision Desk HQ already project this, I guess. VoteHub projected as well. But again, this is a state house district. I cannot provide much analysis on this because I am not familiar with this local race. But I do see a bunch of elections accounts I follow are talking about it. Yeah, I have no idea how nationalized or not this race was. I'm not going to start drawing conclusions myself about this race and what it means because I just don't have the background to do that. But I'll keep an eye on things to see if I find any more analysis for it. Let's see here. Yes, so this was a special election because the previous winner resigned. So the previous winner resigned. I guess it looks like to work in a private business. So the person who won last year resigned, the Republican. So they had a special election this year. Anyways. All right. Which part of Georgia? It's right there on the map. I think this is like outside of University of Georgia. I read that, but this is, you can see it's to the east of. Hold on, you can see it's to the east of Atlanta. A good distance to the east of Atlanta, right there. You see right there. I guess are these counties, Clark and Oconee? Is that what we're looking at right there? So we got some bonus election coverage for you tonight. Greg Bluestein, who is with Atlanta Journal-Constitution, says that this district is a deep red Oconee County-based seat. Anyways, it's a very interesting. It's interesting because the same seat in 2024, a year ago, with the same person running as a Democrat, was 61-39 for the Republican. Maybe I can pull that up for you. Let's see here. I ought to go to Vault. It's Georgia State House 121. Can I pull it up for you? Let's see here. Oh, Georgia. Okay. State House. Okay. County. I'm doing a search here on here, look, right here. Okay, so this is the 2024 race. Can I check on them? How do I do this? There. Okay. No, that's not it. I need the election day race. Here. There. That's the one from last. All right. So that's 2020. This is the same district, and that's 2024. See this? It says Marcus Y. Dower, Republican, 61.1%. Eric Gisler, Democrat, 39%. That was last year. It's the same seat, and it's the same Democrat. 61-39. But tonight we have, actually it didn't even come up here. Here's tonight's. Same Democrat, Eric Gisler. And he's winning by 1.8%. I have no insight on this and why it's happening and everything, but it's very interesting that it's the same seat and the same Democrat. Okay. Anyways, thanks for one of the viewers for mentioning that. Yeah, I mean, it's not a big, as one of our viewers said, it's not a big difference between the two. 170 votes separates them. But it's a big difference from the last election there, a year ago. Anyways, again, some bonus coverage. Oh, the turnout. That's interesting. Last year, yeah, so a lot more people voted last year, maybe because the presidential election versus special election. Very interesting. In 2024, in this seat, 32,000 people voted. This year, it's like 11,000. That's a huge turnout difference, isn't it? I mean, it's a presidential election versus a special local election. So, you know, I don't Again, I cannot draw conclusions from all this, but it's a huge it's a huge difference in the number of people voting. 32,000 versus 11,000. That's very interesting. History underfoot says DNR says special elections historically are much lower turnouts. History underfoot says elections are won by the people who show up. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. If you missed Trump's speech and you want to watch it, rewind the broadcast. You can watch the whole thing. We already covered it. We covered it. No, I'm not talking about Thailand and Cambodia on this stream. It's too far off topic. There was some fighting a couple days ago. I don't know if it's going to really blow up. They periodically have fighting on their border. A number of months ago, it got pretty intense. But and there was some more fighting a couple days ago, but I don't really have a lot of details on that, and it's a little off topic for this broadcast. So, but if need be, I'll do a different stream on it. You can see Reuters says a fierce border battle between Thailand and Cambodia raged for a second day and spread to new fronts on Tuesday as both countries accused each other of shelling civilian areas, and Bangkok vowed to push on with its planned military operations. It is unclear how or if a fragile ceasefire brokered by President Trump in July could be salvaged. The fighting is the most intense since a 5-day exchange of rockets and heavy artillery in July that marked their heaviest clashes in recent history. It is unclear what triggered the latest round of hostilities, and there were no signs either side would step back immediately, says Reuters. There's a little summary. Little, very brief summary. So maybe we'll do another stream on that if the circumstances warrant. The fighting in July was over competing territorial claims on their border, AP says. AP says Thailand and Cambodia have an history of ill will over centuries and experience periodic tensions over their land border of more than 500 miles. Some of the disputed territory hosts ancient temples that both nations covet as part of their heritage. The AP says none of the actions that were called for in the ceasefire, like removing heavy weapons from the border, desisting from disseminating false information and harmful rhetoric, implementing measures to restore mutual trust, and coordinating operations to remove landmines, none of those actions appear to have been fully implemented by either side, says AP. After the ceasefire, both nations continued to fight a bitter propaganda war using disinformation alongside minor outbreaks of cross-border violence. So I will be keeping an eye on that story. All right. I think we might be getting to our time. I think it might be our time. Oh, hold on a second. President Trump posted something. President Trump has posted something about his health, about defending. What is it here? His health or his presidency? Let's see here. Yeah, let me show you what President Trump just posted, guys. Here's what President Trump just posted. 9 minutes ago, for those still watching. There has never been a president that has worked as hard as me. My hours are the longest and my results are the best. I've stopped 8 wars, saving many millions of lives in the process. He talks about the thing. I'm going to kind of skim through here. He talks about the things he did, his achievements. And he says, I go out of my way to do long, thorough, and very boring medical examinations at the great Walter Reed National Military Medical Center, seen and supervised by top doctors, all of whom have given me perfect marks. Some have even said they have never seen such strong results. I do these tests because I owe it to our country. In addition to medical, I have done something no other president have done on 3 separate occasions, the last one being recently by taking what is known as a cognitive examination, some of which few people would be able to do very well, including those working at the New York Times, and I aced all 3 of them in front of large numbers of doctors and experts, most of whom I do not know. I have been told that few people have been able to ace this examination, and in fact, most do very poorly, which is why many other presidents have decided not to take it at all. Despite all of this, the time and work involved, the New York Times and some others like to pretend that I am slowing up and maybe not as sharp as I once was, or I'm in poor physical health, knowing that it's not true and knowing that I work very hard, probably harder than I've ever worked before. I will know when I am slowing up, but it's not now. After all of the work I have done with medical exams, cognitive exams, and everything else, I actually believe it's seditious, perhaps even treasonous, for the New York Times and others to consistently do fake reports in order to libel and demean the President of the United States. They are true enemies of the people, and we should do something about it. They have inaccurately reported on all my election results, and in fact, were forced to apologize. Much of what they wrote, the best thing that could happen to this country would be if the New York Times would cease publication, because they are a horrible, biased, and untruthful, quote-unquote, source of information. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. Okay, so I just wanted to let you know he posted that. Maybe that's a good place to end the stream. Okay, I think we've done what we came to do. We've done what we came to do tonight. We showed you the speech. We talked about it. We got your comments on it. We talked a little about some other election news and even a little bit of Thailand, Cambodia, but we'll cover more of that depending on how things play out. And we got you his post from 10 minutes ago. Actually, about 10 minutes ago. All right. So I really appreciate you guys being here, and I will have coverage tomorrow. We will have coverage right here of the Fed interest rate decision and Jerome Powell press conference. I'm guessing I'll come on the air around noon or so, but it might be later or earlier depending on how things are scheduled. I got to go check it out. But I really appreciate you guys being here for the speech tonight. Subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda here. Agenda Free TV. And I did want to mention one quick thing that I forgot to mention before. What was I going to mention? Yes, that I'm supposed to say. Decision Desk Votes, the Votes dashboard. It's in beta. I pay them to use it, but it's really cool that they're letting me use it. We're going to be able to use this election data from Decision Desk HQ throughout next year. I'm really looking forward to using it. But if you want to get on the wait list for when this is made public, you can go to votes.decisiondeskhq.com. They're going to make it public, I guess, the dashboard. So if you feel like getting on the wait list for that, you can go. I'll post the link in the chat. Votes.decisiondeskhq.com. But I really appreciate them. I really appreciate that we can work with them, and I'm really looking forward to using their site as we move forward in the election season. We're going to be covering a bunch of primaries in 2026 and, of course, the midterm elections, but we'll be covering primaries through 2026, a lot of interesting primaries. For example, Jasmine Crockett just said she's getting in on the Democratic side for Senate, although I don't know if she's going to have a strong primary opponent. But that'll be an interesting Senate election in Texas. Maybe she will. I don't know. I got to read up on it. Hey, anyways, if you missed Trump's speech, rewind and watch it. You can go rewind and watch it. But we cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. And I will post news updates when I am not on the air on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me over there for breaking news updates @Lookner on X. And Also, turn on the notifications for this channel. I never know when big news is going to happen. There could be more big news tonight, and I'm rushing on the air to cover it. So if you want to get a notification whenever we go live, sign up for our free notifications. We do them through Discord. They work great. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. And you can find the notification sign-up link on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this broadcast. So I encourage you to sign up for those. Hey, but I really appreciate you guys turning in. Thanks for letting me read your comments on the air. We had so many people in the chat giving comments tonight and messaging me, so that was awesome. So thanks so much for letting me read your comments. And also, huge thanks to our moderators. Amazing. That is why we can have chat rooms. That's why we can have chat rooms where people with different opinions can share their opinions, and it doesn't get out of control because our mods keep things under control there. Huge thanks to our moderators like Ruth over there on YouTube. Thanks so much for moderating over there, Ruth, and all of our other moderators on YouTube who have been there tonight. Huge thank you. Over there on Twitch, we have had a bunch of moderators, including people like Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev, and all of our other Twitch moderators. Big thanks. And on X, Linda Bell, Larry, and Misha moderate for us over there. Thank you. And on Facebook. Also, on Facebook, Kay, Larry, Body, Margaret, Riley. Thank you. Oh, I might have missed some Facebook stars. Let's see. If I did, I will go through after and thank people. Sorry if I missed any Facebook stars. Sorry. Feline and Human, I guess, sent stars. See if I can find that over there. Kay, Larry, Body, Margaret, Riley, Paul Anderson, thanks for modding. Who did I miss? I'll send a couple thank yous after if I missed the Facebook stars. Sorry about that. But thanks for sending them. But thanks again, Kay and Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, Paul Anderson, and all of our other Facebook moderators. I really appreciate it. Hey, thanks to everybody who donated too. That's so nice of you guys. Really appreciate your support for the channel. That's what allows this channel to exist, is your support. Thank you. Hopefully, did I get everybody else? I think I got everybody eventually. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thanks so much for supporting the channel. Kay's cat sent stars. Kay's cat, says Margaret, sent stars. Thank you. Oh, Kay's cat, I see. Let's see here. Another good way to find out when we're live is follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. We also have a chat where you can chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air on our Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers like doing the Discord chat. It's free. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And big thanks to our Discord mods for all you do. Thank you so much, Discord mods. Big thank you. Thanks to TDO417 from Canada for your support. Thank you, TDO. I really appreciate that. And let's see here. If you watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. Here's how you turn on the YouTube notifications. You need to subscribe to the channel. You need to, I'll show you in a second. You need, once again, if you want to subscribe, if you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, you need to subscribe to the channel first, then click the bell and choose all notifications. Subscribe, click the bell, and choose all notifications. Hey, also big thanks to our Facebook subscribers who support the channel, like Chuck Mosca and Robert Real II and Sharon Klassen-Goslin and Diane Allworth and Christy Claft and Margaret Riley and Shannon Davis Hughes and Kay Lowry Body and all of our other subscribers over on Facebook. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. And also our Twitch subscribers, like Cece and Wall Street and Shaggy and Matthew Kohai 3. Thank you. I Got That Fire. Thank you for subscribing. Daddy Dino. Thanks, Daddy Dino, for subscribing. And The Sugaro. And Artful Nothing. Thank you. Shadow Elf, Mudmore, Distant Galaxy, Tidewell, Notorious Rob. Thank you, subscribers. Billy Joe. And all of our other Twitch subscribers, thank you. And our YouTube members, thanks to all of you. People like Evelyn in Maine, Ken Lance, Dean R., Chaz Martin, Northwoods Hiker, CAC, Ron Lolordo, Red Girl, Raisback, Marcus Planespotting, Germany, Confidence in God, CAC, Marcus G., Springwood, Chaz Martin, Larry Martinez, Gary Baines, Patricia Grace, Northwoods Hiker, Don Video Guy, The Ace Buzz, Sydney, NYY, and everybody else, all of our other members, and all of our other viewers. DWH, Daniel Israel, thank you for watching. Maggie McLeod, thanks for watching. Zambo, Aaron Weirdo, ATR011, Fweaky Beats, Just Lucky, Gina Pina, thanks for watching. Melissa Terry, Paula Thompson, Sarah Smile, Susan Parslow, Lounsbury, and everybody else watching. All right, guys, that is it for now. If you missed a speech, rewind and watch. You've been watching our live coverage of President Trump's rally speech, it really was, on the economy in Pennsylvania. And tomorrow, hope you can join for our live coverage of the Fed interest rates decision. That's it for now. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.